morning and welcome to the Elliot School at the George Washington University. My name is Celeste Arrington. I'm the director of the GW Institute for Korean Studies, which we like to call GWICS, and also the co-director of the East Asia National Resources Center. I'm also a professor in the political science department. It's my great pleasure to welcome you here today for the 2024 Washington, D.C. edition of the Global Korea Forum. This has been a sort of mini trilateral cooperation effort with Yonsei University, and I'll introduce them later, as well as Keio University in Japan. GWICS, when we founded it 8 years ago, was aimed at promoting Korean studies in the nation's capital and beyond. And one way in which we do this is by partnering with other institutions to broaden the perspectives and the voices and the issues that appear in Korean studies or Korea-related discussions. And so today, our partnership with Yonsei University and Keio University and GW, funded generously by the Ministry of Unification, is a great example of this effort to extend Korean studies in the nation's capital and beyond. We have a quite full schedule today, as you can tell from the program. And all of this schedule would not be possible at all without the support of our staff at GWICS. I want to thank in particular Associate Director Yono Kim, Program Manager Ravina Ugale, and Program Coordinator Takara Askew, as well as our student assistants and the students that they recruited to assist today. At Yonsei, we've also received quite a bit of support from Director Wu's staff, including Helen and Jay and Jane and others. And I want to thank, in particular, the Political Research Institute at Yonsei for helping to organize the logistics of today. Our 3 sessions for today cover issues from high politics about how the recent US election is going to affect our key alliances in East Asia with the ROK and with Japan. These alliances are founded on shared values of freedom, peace, and prosperity. And they were designed and have been ever since evolving to better ensure the peace and stability of the Korean Peninsula. And so today, our first session will take a deeper look at trilateral cooperation, especially given the recent election in the United States. Our middle panel for today takes a look at some of the mechanisms of sanctions enforcement and deterrence, how these alliances ensure peace and stability on the Korean Peninsula, and to contain and potentially change the DPRK's behavior. And then finally, our last but not least panel takes a look at the lives of ordinary North Koreans, in particular focusing on their rights and their access to information, how governments and NGOs in the ROK, Japan, and the United States are helping to increase information flows into North Korea and creatively circumvent the regime's controls on those information flows in order to ultimately improve the human rights of North Korean citizens. So before delving into these topics, I would like to welcome to the podium for opening remarks several key individuals. I'll introduce all 4 of them at once, sorry. And then ask them to come up in turn. So our first speaker is the Associate Dean of Research Initiatives here at the Elliot School, Nick Vanortas. He has been quite supportive of our Korea-related programming and just showing up only a couple days ago to also welcome Korea-related programming last Friday. And I really appreciate that support. He is here to welcome you to the Elliot School and offer remarks on behalf of the Dean's Office. The next speaker will be Director of the Yonsei University Political Research Institute, Woo Byung-won. He is a professor of international relations in the Department of Political Science and International Studies at Yonsei University. And he is also, besides directing the Political Research Institute, he's the director of the Institute for East and West Studies at Yonsei University and the co-organizer. He's been quite helpful along the process of organizing today's event. The third speaker is Professor Nishino Junya of Keio University's Faculty of Law and Political Science Department. He is a professor there as well. He directs the Institute for East Asian Studies and the Center for Contemporary Korean Studies at Keio University. Probably the most important part of his bio is that he was previously a visiting scholar here at GW. So it's nice to welcome him back. And then on the program, it says that we, Professor Nishino also co-organized today's event, and I really thank him for that. On the program, it says that we'll receive plenary remarks from the Minister of Unification from South Korea. In his stead, today, we have Hwang Tae-hee, who is Director General at the Ministry of Unification and a former professor at Yonsei University. He previously taught at Texas A&M as well as Korea University, and for these 2 years, he's seconded to the Ministry of Unification. So with that brief introduction of our welcoming remarks speakers, let me turn the floor over to Nick, and then we'll take it from there. Thank you.
Thank you, Celeste. And indeed, the Institute of Korean Studies here is one of the most active, and I have been tasked to open almost all of their events, which I am very happy to do. For example, the last one, I stayed the whole event throughout because it was amazing. I strongly recommend that the event of last week, you see it online, because some very, very interesting remarks were made by the ex-minister in Korea. So today's event is about a very important issue in the Peninsula of Korea, but also for around the world. Someone like me has interest. I am basically, you can say, pretty much ignorant of the details. I read the newspapers, but however, the fact that there are North Korean soldiers right now in the war zone in East Europe makes it particularly interesting to me, because unknown to most of you, I have had for several years a serious appointment at the Higher School of Economics in Moscow, which is their best school of economics, I guess, these days, and dealing with science and technology policy, which is my subject. And so I have a very strong interest in that respect. That's why I am here. Russia, of course, is going in our opinion, in a not exactly the correct way. And that appointment, you know, the date that it was terminated, February 24th, 2022. I mean, that's everybody, all my colleagues, everybody foreign resigned, basically. I mean, so I want to welcome you here. This is a great group of people. I want to thank our co-organizers. It's a great opportunity for us. I mean, we sit across the Department of State here, and I'm sure the kinds of things that you will discuss in this room will resonate on the people across the street. They are intensely interested in the subject, as all of us are. And I wish you a good and productive day. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome.
Thank you, Celeste. Very good morning to you. So on behalf of the Yonsei University's Political Research Institute and the Institute of East and West Studies, I welcome everyone to the 2024 Korea Global Forum in Washington, D.C. It is a true honor to gather with all of you today to discuss one of the most pressing issues of our time, the trilateral cooperation between South Korea, Japan, and the United States in addressing the challenges on the on the Korean Peninsula. As we meet here today, as we just discussed, we are reminded of the complex geopolitical landscape of North Korea and beyond, and the critical need for strong, coordinated efforts to ensure peace, stability, and prosperity in the region. The cooperation between three countries has always been a cornerstone of regional security and global stability. But as we know, the challenges we face today from North Korea and other countries around the world require even deeper collaboration, innovative approaches, and shared commitment. I believe that through thoughtful dialogue and a unified vision, we can create lasting solutions that not only benefit the three countries involved, but also contribute to a more peaceful world. I also hope that this event will serve as an important milestone for us, for three institutions involved, trilateral cooperation among Yonsei, Keio, and George Washington University. Before I exit the podium, I would like to thank Director Celeste Arrington again at GWIX, I should say, Director Nishino Junya at Keio Institute of East Asian Studies for collaborating with us to assemble such a fantastic program. I would also like to thank staff members at Yonsei University and GWIX who have worked tirelessly to make this event happen. Lastly, I thank all of the participants in advance for sharing your thoughts and the Ministry of Unification of the Republic of Korea for providing generous support. Thank you once again for joining us today.
Good morning. So first of all, I express my sincere gratitude to George Washington University and the Yonsei University and the Unification Ministry of South Korea for hosting and organizing today's conference. Especially thank you, Director of WIX, Celeste Arlington, and the Director of Yonsei Political Research Institute, Woo Byung-won, for your effort to realize Global Korea Forum here in Washington, D.C. I think that the timing is perfect to hold this forum. So as the United States, South Korea, and the Japanese leaders just agreed last week in Lima, Peru, to establish trilateral secretariat to institutionalize three countries cooperation. So I'm now serving as director of Institute of East Asian Studies and the Center for Contemporary Korean Studies at Keio University. This year marks 40th anniversary of our institute, which was established in 1984, and the 15th anniversary of our Korea Center, which was established in 2009. So in this context, it's our institute's great pleasure to co-host and organize this Global Korea Forum. So also, I personally glad to join this event today with you all because I got my PhD from Yonsei University. And as already Celeste mentioned, I spent a year as a visiting scholar of Shiga Center for Asian Studies in this building. So lastly, thank you again for coming today. And I hope that today's forum can contribute to fostering trilateral cooperation among the three countries, not only at the governmental level, but also universities level. So I'm looking forward a lively discussion in this forum today. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Tae Hwang, from the Ministry of Unification. I'm going to read our minister's welcoming remark. So, all right. So, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Kim Young-ho, Minister of Unification of the Republic of Korea. It is deeply meaningful to host the first overseas seminar of the Global Korea Forum, GKF, here in Washington, D.C., in collaboration with research institutions from Korea, United States, and Japan. I understand that George Washington University has played a pivotal role in Korean studies in the United States since establishing the Institute for Korean Studies in 2017. I hope that George Washington University will continue to provide academic leadership not only in Korean studies, but also in matters related to Korean Peninsula unification. I would like to extend my heartfelt thanks to Professor Celeste Arrington, Director of the Institute for Korean Studies at George Washington University, Professor Nicolas Vonotas, Associate Dean of the Elliot School of International Affairs, and Professor Junya Nishino, Director of the Institute of East Asian Studies at Keio University, and Professor Byung-won Woo, Director of the Department of Political Science and International Studies at Yonsei University, along with all those who contributed to organizing today's event. I would also like to express my sincere gratitude to the experts who have prepared valuable presentations and discussions. The international community is experiencing a transformative period marked by compounded crisis stemming from the US-China strategic rivalry and the prolonged Russia-Ukraine war. North Korea, exploiting global instability, has driven its youth to the unjust war in Ukraine and conducted high-intensity provocations such as launching ICBMs, thereby undermining the rules-based international order. Such actions, characterized by human rights violations and disregard for peace, pose a direct threat to global peace and security. The international community must respond firmly to North Korea's reckless threats and provocations, as well as the regime's barbaric acts against its own people. For this, the solidarity among South Korea, the United States, and Japan, our strongest allies, is of utmost importance. South Korea and the United States have built a strong and trusted alliance over the past 70 years, standing united against North Korea's nuclear threats and military provocations, with the shared goal of achieving complete denuclearization and enhancing extended deterrence. Even with the upcoming transition to a new US administration, our steadfast alliance and united response will remain unwavering. Moreover, South Korea, the United States, and Japan have deepened and expanded their cooperation on various issues, including North Korean nuclear issue, as highlighted during the Camp David summit in August last year. I am confident that the genuine solidarity and close partnership among our three nations will contribute to the security and prosperity of the Korean Peninsula and Indo-Pacific and the world. In August this year, President Yonsei announced the August 15th Unification Doctrine, articulating Republic of Korea's commitment and strategy to contribute to global peace and prosperity through unification based on freedom. This vision includes expanding access to information for North Korean residents to instill hope for freedom and unification, while proposing meaningful progress in inter-Korean relations through dialogue and cooperation under the firm principle of denuclearization. The unification based on freedom pursued by Republic of Korea is the ultimate solution to achieving global peace through the denuclearization of North Korea and restoring the freedom and human rights of North Korean citizens. South Korean government will continue to open new avenues of international cooperation to realize the future of a unified Korea based on freedom, peace, and prosperity. In particular, we'll develop the GKF, Global Korea Forum, into a platform for international solidarity toward the future of a free and unified Korean Peninsula. Again, I extend my gratitude to everyone participating in today's forum and request the active support and cooperation of the international community, including the United States and Japan, as we journey toward the goal of unification based on freedom. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Director General Hong. So we're going to shift gears now to set up for the first session.
Okay, good morning. My name is Kang-sik Choi. I am very happy to be the moderator of the first panel. And the theme of the first session is the U.S. presidential election and the global order implications for the Korean Peninsula. And we have 6 speakers today. And as I already informed you, I would like to remind everyone that each speaker will have no more than 10 minutes. And following the presentation, I suggest we have brief follow-up discussions between the two groups of speakers. Therefore, 3 speakers and then brief wrap-up or Q&A from the floor. And then we move to the second 3 speakers. Okay, would it be fine? All right. Okay, then let's start from Professor Robert Suter, the Professor of Practice of International Affairs at George Washington University. Professor.
Thanks very much. It's a great pleasure to be here with you today. And thank you for the host for inviting me. I have 3 things I want to talk about. First are the key points in for the Indo-Pacific countries in the U.S. election debate in the United States. And then secondly, based on a survey that I was part of with the East-West Center, we interviewed and talked with hundreds of people in 10 different Asia-Pacific countries. What are the implications of the elections for them? And third, anticipated changes in the Trump administration policy and their implications. So first, the election debates themselves. Number 1, foreign policy was not important in this election. It was low on the list of priorities. Number 2, Asian issues were almost totally ignored, except for China. China was a serious issue, and the differences were there. The main difference is Mr. Trump does not like working with allies and partners, and Mr. Biden and Ms. Harris very much want to work with allies and partners. That's a big difference. The second is the degree of protectionism. Mr. Trump favors greater protectionism, higher tariffs. Mr. Biden and Ms. Harris favored selective protectionism. But both are protectionists in that sense, from the point of view of people in Asia, at least. So what are the reactions in the region? These 10 countries that we dealt with, what was their reaction? There was no positive seen in this election for anybody in that set of people. What did they see? Well, they saw a great deal, what they reflected was a great deal of uncertainty and considerable anxiety about the election. And you need to keep in mind that the countries of the world, not only the electorate in the United States, but the countries of the world are experiencing a lot of anxiety for a lot of different reasons. It isn't all about the U.S.-China competition, although in Asia that's heavily important. It's a lot of other things as well. And so they reflected this. And how did they reflect it? Well, the most anxious that we talked to in private were people from Taiwan. They are very concerned about that they're on the front line in dealing with China, and they're concerned about U.S. support. Next to them are the Philippines, again privately. They're very concerned about this as well. For similar reasons, they fear that the Trump administration, Mr. Trump, will make some deal with China that will undermine their security and make it difficult for them. And then next to them is South Korea. Again, in private, but lots of anxiety about the outcome of this election in that country, and to a lesser degree, Japan. And the Koreans, of course, also think about a possible deal that would involve North Korea by Mr. Trump, which is another element that is considered. Well, who wasn't anxious? The Australians were not anxious. They dealt with Trump effectively in the first time, and they think they'll do it again. India was not particularly concerned. And ASEAN countries, most of them saw the benefit of their hedging policies. They were able to manage these kinds of tensions, and they were not terribly upset with most of these things. Singapore, thinking strategically, is worried about, and this came up also in other countries, they're worried about the staying power of the United States. Does this election show a broader trend of U.S. disengagement from Asia? How about China? China wasn't anxious. China's ready for the negatives. They saw both candidates in a negative way, and they had no preference, and there were no compromises. So they're ready to deal with this. At least that's what they want to portray, at least. But they did stress the people we interacted with did stress that Xi Jinping, the leader of China, seeks stability in U.S.-China relations for the time being, at least. And so they think that they thought Harris would probably be preferable to Trump, but basically, no, they made no choice. Both had strong negatives associated with them. Some are optimistic over the longer term that this thing that the Singaporeans, also the Australians, and some of the Japanese were worried about, the U.S. staying power as the leader of Asia over the longer term, they saw this as advantageous for China, that the U.S. lower profile and lower involvement would open the way for China's advances. Okay, so let's take a look now. This is sort of hypothetical, anticipated Trump administration actions and their implications. Again, if you look at the list of things that he's anticipated doing, there's nothing very positive in any of this. It's all dealing with sort of managing negatives in many ways. It's very likely there'll be higher tariffs. I think there's very little question about that. And this will lead to, this is widely seen in the region as leading to disruption and restrictions, and not a good thing. There are upsides. Some countries will benefit from this as you redirect things from China to other countries. And we're probably looking forward to a big economic boom in the United States because Mr. Trump and his people control the Congress. They want those tax cuts. And once they get those tax cuts, business is going to go big time for at least a year. And so they'll be buying a lot of stuff from Asia. So I think, I'm not sure the short term, it's something to watch in any event. On the second thing, it's pretty obvious you're going to have less positive attention, less close consultations with allies and partners, more demands on key allies and partners regarding trade balances and military preparedness, and all of these issues. And in each one of these, South Korea is very much involved. And South Korea is singled out by Mr. Trump in his rhetoric along these lines. The implications of this is that you will have a disruptive set of tariffs and less attention from the United States in a positive direction and more attention in a negative direction. And this will lead to rethinking on the part of allies and partners to some degree. And the U.S. is disengaging, will be seen as disengaging. And this would, of course, play to the advantage of China. And Chinese specialists, in some cases, highlight this. And then Trump, the third thing I want to look at is that Trump's senior appointees are very strong in supporting the hard American policy for China that we've had over now 6 years. Bipartisan majorities in Congress fully support this, and most of these people are on record as very tough on China. And it'll involve tariffs, greater military preparedness, high-tech competition, and there's probably less attention on human rights and democratic values. Trump doesn't care much about that. But there's a caveat here, a big one, and that is Mr. Trump. Look at the record. He never, I'm sure he's done this maybe once or twice, but rarely he talks about China as a threat. He doesn't do that. He's very positive toward China. He's the only politician in Washington that seems to do that. And he does it all the time. And he's very negative about Taiwan and derogatory and tough on South Korea and so forth. And he talks about his past negotiations with Xi Jinping. So there's evidence here that he's thinking about a deal. Now, in this one, I think the political reality in this city would make that very hard. Now, Republicans are obviously controlled by Mr. Trump in many ways. They're intimidated by him in many ways. But on this issue, on China, I think this one would be very hard. And sacrificing Taiwan, I think this would be very hard. And so the bottom line here, I think he might lose and risk losing on this one. So I don't think this is going to happen realistically. But it's something that I put it in my 10% category to look at that. More likely, more possible, not likely, neither one of these are likely. More possible is a deal about North Korea. The resistance to that has proven not that strong. The first effort went forward, and I think it's hard to see how that would be blocked fundamentally if Mr. Trump wanted to pursue it. So the regional implications of this is that there's great concern in Taiwan and the Philippines and Japan that there'll be a deal on Taiwan, and that is a worry. And the deal in North Korea would similarly worry Japanese and the South Korean government. The progressives in South Korea, of course, they have ambivalent feelings about this. They would welcome some thaw with North Korea if that was possible. And so the upshot here is that we have this picture, and none of it's nice, none of it's fun. It's pretty negative, and so I'll just leave it at that.
Okay, thank you very much. Pessimistic? Yeah. Anyway, you keep your presentation less than 10 minutes. That's right. And the next speaker, I'd like to introduce Shihoko Goto, the Director of Indo-Pacific Program at Wilson Center.
Well, first of all, thank you so much for inviting me here today. Let me start by stating the obvious. This is a time of great change, and we are all concerned about disruptions that are coming, looming on the horizon. But it's worth noting that this demand for change within the United States came from the US voters. And there was and so when we see that the Trump won, not just the presidency, but the Republicans also won both the House and Senate, there is this resounding call for the United States for change. From the outside, that's actually quite difficult to understand because when we see, for instance, GDP performance of the United States, it's been very strong. The IMF projects the United States to have the strongest economic outlook amongst the G7 countries both this year and next. But at the same time, when you are in the United States, there is a great deal of concern about continuing inflationary pressure, high cost of housing, competition for opportunities. There's also this existential kind of concern about what the US identity is in the future. But today I want to focus on not the negatives, but I actually want to focus on what's good, what we can expect, good news in the years ahead. I want to do that by focusing on the constants, which is to say, what will not be reversed, what will be the foundation on which the Trump administration may move forward, so that there is predictability and stability as we move forward. And so I see 3 points. So one, Robert has already talked about this, but this stance, the hawkish stance towards China. This actually started under the first Trump administration. It was continued under Biden, and we can expect the Biden administration, the Trump administration next year to further it. We saw under Trump 1 that Trump had a very hawkish stance towards China vis-a-vis trade. His trade concerns were focused much more on the trade imbalance on goods rather than services. But what we saw also was this evolution for the United States to focus much more on tech competition with China. Under the Trump administration, that focused greatly on Huawei. And we saw this moving further under the Biden administration. Of course, the Biden administration kept more or less all of the tariffs that were imposed by the Trump administration intact. But also what we had seen under the Biden administration is a greater clarity in defining what strategic competition with China is. And that is to say, concern and a pushback against Chinese acquisition of foreign technologies through joint ventures, forced technology transfers, and investments to boost China's domestic military industrial complex, which is being seen as a threat to the United States and indeed to the world writ large. So, under that assumption, we can expect the Trump administration to build further on the CHIPS Act that was established by the Biden administration. We will expect greater industrial policy that will actually go beyond the semiconductor industry. The caveat here, though, is that the United States may have one of the few things that continues to unite this very divided country is this threat perception regarding the PRC. But within the Indo-Pacific, and certainly from Japan and South Korea as well. Even the closest of US partners in Northeast Asia don't necessarily share that economic threat perception that the United States has vis-a-vis China. The second constant that we can expect from under the new Trump administration is from within the Indo-Pacific, that the Indo-Pacific countries, by and large, want continued US commitment to the region as a counterbalance to China. And this isn't really about choosing sides. Do you choose China or do you choose the United States? But it acts, by having the United States, it is a hedge against greater PRC influence in the region. The question, of course, is whether the United States will invest the time, the money, and the human capital to remain committed as a Indo-Pacific power. But from a US perspective, and certainly from a Trump administration perspective, they will want to remain an Indo-Pacific power, if only for commercial interests. And if you actually look at the Biden administration's Indo-Pacific strategy, the preamble to it starts by stating that the United States is an Indo-Pacific power, and its origins come from those commercial interests. And of course, Trump prides himself on being someone who is a business tycoon, and so we can expect, given that the opportunities for expansion and growth by global regions come not from Africa, not from the Middle East, very tepid growth in Europe, it's really coming from the Indo-Pacific. So it is very much in the US and certainly the Trump administration's interest for the United States to remain committed to the Indo-Pacific as well. And then the third point I want to highlight is that this is an opportunity for the Trump administration to build on what has been the weakness of the Biden administration. That is to say, economic leadership with that, or lack thereof, from the United States and the region. There is going to be opportunity for new US initiatives for economic partnerships that focus on efficiency. And I think one of the key words here is going to be efficiency. There is going to be a shying away from words such as partnerships and alliances, certainly on an economic front, but we're going to talk more about ties. So of course we know that Trump has been against NATO, he's been against the Paris Climate Agreement, he's more or less against multilateralism. The Biden hallmark, on the contrary, has been this focus on bringing back partnerships and alliances. So we've also seen the Biden administration have the AUKUS, Quad flourish. We've also seen the Biden administration being committed to bringing the Indo-Pacific IP4, Japan, Korea, Australia, and New Zealand, into NATO as well. But on the economic front, the Biden administration has been quite weak. What has been proposed has been IPEF, the Indo-Pacific Economic Framework, which has had tepid support, both within and outside of the United States, to say the least. However, what is interesting is that there is great opportunity for new economic partnerships that will be in line with the needs of the advanced economies. And so I see an opportunity for the formation of new tech alliances in particular, which have clearly defined goals and means to prevent advanced technology abuse in the military industrial complex. So right now, under the Biden administration, that has taken a more ad hoc approach. So for instance, we've seen the Biden administration take on export controls against advanced semiconductor manufacturing that has been supported by both Japan and the Netherlands. But when you look at export controls traditionally, it's been against the export of specific technology. For instance, when it comes to nuclear technology, it was to prevent key critical nuclear technology, materials, and equipment from being exported. There is a lot of concern right now about the United States, the U.S. approach to a small yard high fence to protect its technology advantages by making that yard ever bigger and the fence ever higher. So there is this opportunity to form a tech alliance that will clarify what exactly those technologies are, how to protect them, and to have that common goal, which will allow for greater cooperation. And I see this tech alliance being formed by 7 countries in particular, the United States, Japan, and the Netherlands. Those are the chip export control countries, joined together with Korea, Taiwan, even though it's not a country, it is the government of Taiwan, Germany, and the UK. Conveniently, those are 7 countries. And so we see this opportunity for a reshaping or reimagining of the G7. And I know my time is almost up, but let me just say that there has been a lot of discussion and approaches to revitalize the G7 by expanding the membership, both amongst industrialized economies and also reaching out to the global south. But I would argue that there could be appetite from the Trump administration to create this new G7 of advanced economies that are in alignment with US interests, regardless of political persuasion. And finally, there is an opportunity to bring corporate voices into the fold as well, to reflect some of the private sector interests, which will be the driving force of advanced technology moving forward. Thanks.
Okay, thank you very much. Very optimistic strategy. Yeah, okay. So 3 points: China in the Pacific, and then U.S. economic leadership, including the tech alliances and so on. Okay, let's move to the 3rd speaker, Shihoko Goto. Oh, sorry.
Are you talking
wow. Shadrach. James Shelf, the Senior Director, Sasakawa Peace Foundation, USA. Please.
Thank you very much. And I too would like to thank the organizers for including me in today's discussion. I was asked to talk about U.S. leadership prospects for trilateral cooperation under the new administration. And I can make an argument, frankly, either way for how the incoming Trump administration will behave toward U.S., South Korea, Japan trilateral cooperation in the coming few years. On the one hand, it could be characterized by a decent amount of continuity and positive attention from Washington, driven by the trilateral utility for helping to stabilize East Asia when there are major fires burning in the Middle East and in Ukraine, while North Korea behaves aggressively and absorbs Russian technology, and China continues to bully its neighbors economically and intimidate militarily. With less Trump faith in broader multilateral frameworks, the recent gains by trilateralism in security cooperation, cyber defense, supply chain monitoring and management, energy development, human rights, and others could make these trilateral arrangements attractive to new and probably quickly overwhelmed U.S. Department secretaries, undersecretaries, and assistant secretaries. Also, compared to 8 years ago, we're likely to see a better working relationship between Trump and the South Korean president. Japan-Korea relations are more constructive and cooperative, and trilateral mechanisms are more mature and established. However, on the other hand, Trump has long been dubious about the value of alliances, has expressed little trust in Korea and Japan, the good Abe-Trump relationship notwithstanding. Trump respects strong leaders, but his counterparts in Korea and Japan currently are relatively politically weak and will not have tenures probably as long as his. So after the historic Camp David Trilateral Summit, Trump might view the newer areas of trilateral cooperation as somewhat negatively as a Biden legacy. What's more, Trump is expected to target trade surpluses. Those countries that have trade surpluses with the United States, with tariffs and other economic bullying tactics of his own, possibly prompting some retaliation and certainly souring the atmosphere for trilateral collaboration. So we can't predict the future, but we can identify, I think, some important factors to watch and possibly influence to maximize the chances for continued trilateralism, which I view personally as an unmitigated benefit for all three countries. So some factors are beyond our control, such as how dangerous North Korea, Russia, and China become. Trilateralism has always been, first and foremost, driven by the effort to prevent bad things from happening. So the threat dynamic is probably the most important variable going forward. Another is the people that Trump will choose to fill key positions, such as Secretary of State, relevant under and Assistant Secretary positions at the State Department, Defense Department, and perhaps even at the Commerce Department or Department of Energy. The National Security Advisor is a critical coordinating point for trilateral collaboration, and there is no doubt that it makes a difference when you have people like Jake Sullivan working with Kurt Campbell and Anthony Blinken to shape foreign policy strategy. You also, during the first Trump administration, saw a difference when Steve Biegun was Deputy Secretary of State, or when Matt Pottinger rose up within the NSC. So even within a Trump administration, there are people who are more or less disposed to support trilateral frameworks. So the personnel choices in the Trump administration will matter, as will the chemistry that they have with counterparts in Korea and Japan. The early indications of the first couple weeks of Trump picks are pretty mixed, in my opinion. Marco Rubio for Secretary of State and Waltz for National Security Advisor are somewhat encouraging in my mind in terms of their attitudes toward trilateralism and the allies, but less so for defense and on the intelligence side right now. But there are also some areas where we have some control, I think, and strategies that we can pursue to give trilateralism a better chance for contributing to our collective security and prosperity. Although the Biden administration has tried to lock in the gains since Camp David Summit, personally, the fact is that these frameworks are going to have to continuously demonstrate their value in order to be sustained. Simply locking in these mechanisms or creating a trilateral secretariat by itself is not necessarily going to do that. So in my opinion, this means focusing more on function and results and breaking down trilateralism into smaller pieces rather than trying to build up an aura of trilateralism as a broad foreign policy strategy of its own or some kind of centralized organizing principle. High-level summits can still be useful to confirm strategy coordination, to bolster deterrence, and as one friend recommended to me, a leader summit at Mar-a-Lago in Florida, Trump's location, could be helpful to put Trump's stamp on this kind of cooperation. But delivering practical benefits for policymakers, I think, is what will cement these habits of collaboration. So, as I mentioned, in this sense, whether or not the new trilateral secretariat continues or annual summits take place matters less to me than the continuation of this practical cooperation. So we could see less emphasis on trilateralism with a capital T, but still see consistent and useful trilateral cooperation going forward. So to me, that's one of the issues. I guess I like the fact that the Secretariat is being created. We saw a trilateral Secretariat created for China, South Korea, Japan trilateral cooperation, which was kind of in a deep freeze for a period of time, but is now beginning to function again. So I just hope that these symbols of trilateral cooperation do not become the litmus test or the means by which we decide, oh, it's failing or it's succeeding, I think we'll need to look down at the lower levels of cooperation. So I'll stop there for now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Positive thing, negative thing, and then the things beyond outside control. And those things, some strategies were suggested. Okay, we had 3 speakers, and at this moment I would call for questions or comments from the floor on 3 speakers. If you have, raise your hand. Is mic available for? You may speak up without.
Hi, my name is Natasha Talafero. I am at the MSFS, Georgetown MSFS. My question is, with the change in administration and as wider Indo-Pacific issues were unaddressed, how can the Republic of Korea, Japan further institutionalize or strengthen the bilateral arm of the trilateral alliance?
Okay, who wants to answer that question?
Well, I can offer a quick thought, and others may have opinions as well. I mean, we've gotten off to a pretty good start in the sense that there seems to be a strong commitment at the top leadership to continue shuttle diplomacy and to sustain the momentum that President Yoon and Prime Minister Kishida kind of started. The key challenge there is that we don't know how long the Ishiba administration will stay in power, which means we don't know how long the Minister of Foreign Affairs or the Minister of Defense, et cetera, will stay. But within the current cabinet, you have 4 or so former defense ministers in key positions throughout the government, including the Prime Minister. And so there's a security-minded, foreign policy-minded administration at this time. I don't see any particular challenges or kind of triggers in the next, no particular anniversaries or issues that will potentially drive, create problems in the relationship. And so between now and at least into the upper house election in Japan next summer, I think there's plenty of room for both bilateral collaboration at multiple levels and then trying to share or compare notes vis-a-vis the Trump administration. The first 6 months are certainly, there's going to be a lot of strategizing about how to deal with whatever the economic trade policies are that we see. There was some rumor that maybe USTR will be folded under commerce, and where Bob Lighthizer ends up in this whole thing is still a big mystery. So the trade deficit piece is something that both will bind Japan and Korea together. Sorry.
Okay, thank you. Do you want to add?
Just very briefly. Personalities have been a key factor in driving this rapprochement between Japan and Korea over the past couple of years. And as Jim said, those personalities, the leaders of both Japan and Korea are facing considerable opposition and certainly unpopularity from their electorate. I also want to say this. In terms of economic cooperation between Japan and Korea, there has been momentum for cooperation on certain sectors, especially areas like hydrogen energy. But when we look specifically at the contentious areas such as semiconductor manufacturing, again, these are driven not just by states, but they're driven by the private sector. And they are rivals. So even within Korea, even within Japan, but there is competition amongst, right? So I would argue that the areas of greater cooperation between the two sides will come on the security front where it is going to be easier to have unity within the respective countries rather than on greater economic coordination and cooperation.
Okay, Professor, so you want to add something? No. You just moved. So. Okay, is there any other questions or comment?
Hi, my name is Maya Piniaklis. I'm a recent graduate of King's College London. I have a quick question regarding the, I don't want to say militarization, the sort of calls for increased military presence in Japan and South Korea. There have been rumblings of expanding Japanese military potential under Article 9. And there's been a sort of normalization of calls for nuclear weapons in South Korea under the current Yoon administration. I was wondering with Trump's recent election, if you see a sort of spiraling, I think that might be too strong of a word, but sort of increases in military strength or hoping to become more independent militarily by the fear of the US withdrawing. Thank you so much.
Okay, who would answer the question? Or you may answer that question.
Maybe my presentation will be a part of answer.
Oh, okay. All right. Wait, let's save time. Okay. So he's from Korea National Defense University. Mic is not working very well. It's on and off again. So could you change this one?
If I may, I'll
Yeah,
just
okay. Go ahead.
address the question a little bit. I mean, it's a good question. To some extent, as you know, what's driving Japan's increase in defense spending and discussions surrounding maybe expanding how it exercises this limited collective self-defense, what Prime Minister Ishiba kind of called an Asian NATO, but is really about tighter security cooperation in these trilateral US, Japan, South Korea, US, Japan, Philippines, US, Japan, Australia. It's driven in part by their own perceptions of just the threat environment, so it's not necessarily being driven by the United States, but part of it also is a response to requests or demands or anticipation of demands for greater burden sharing by Japan, for example. But there's a financial limitation in terms of budgetary, what they can handle on that front. There's a popular public opinion kind of limitation, and with the political weakness there, I don't see any big new legislative advances in that area. So the focus instead has been on this command and control modernization, and Japan standing up a joint operational command for the first time, and maybe the U.S. empowering U.S. forces Japan to be more of an operational command. So I see more this integration or kind of the softer side as opposed to big hardware major policy changes on the Japan front. I haven't followed the Korea side as closely, but I don't know if my colleagues have any. But maybe he'll end up addressing it in his presentation.
So the next speaker will cover more. And before proceeding, Professor.
Burden sharing?
Professor Suter, you want?
I just want to make two extra points which happen to come up. And one is that Donald Trump has a preference of not using, preference of not using the government. He doesn't believe in industrial policy. And so the whole Anti-Inflation Act is going to be dismantled as far as I can see, as far as climate change is concerned and things like that. That's his orientation. The second thing that hasn't been mentioned is that this time he's not going to have people that constrain him. He had people that constrained him before, and they were very powerful people, and they could put up with a lot. Those people are not there. I mean, most of these people are very dependent on him. They are loyalists. And so that will accentuate the importance of Mr. Trump in whatever decision is made in a sensitive area. If you have an area that's ignored and then others can play a role, that's different. But the idea that you can somehow go against the president will have to be managed much more. It's more difficult to manage at this time because you just don't have the people at the top level that will support you. They're going to say, what does the boss want? The boss wants this, do this. I mean, I think it's that kind of a look at the people that are being selected. So those things hadn't been mentioned. I think they need to be considered.
Okay, thank you. well, when President Trump was elected, most Koreans worried about two things. One is nuclear threat by the North Korea, including the budget cost burdening. So he said that if I had been in office, South Korea would have been paying $10 billion a year for stationing US troops in Korea. And this is 9 times the amount currently agreed upon between Korea and the US. And another concern is the economic aspect and tariff. And I just heard that Trump said that tariff is the most beautiful word. It's more beautiful than love. Yeah. And I don't know whether that tariff, the impact, I happen to be an economist, and tax cut domestically, but tariff raise internationally. I don't know the effect, but well, we're going to discuss that, right? And heavy tariff on China and Mexico, and the general tariff with the rate of 10 to 20% to every imports. So I don't know whether it is good for Korean exports or not. Okay, we may have another wrap-up session after 3 speakers. Now let's move to Professor Seol-In Hyo, the director of the Center for Northeast Asia Research in Korea National Defense University. Professor, please.
Thank you. Thank you very much for having me at this critically important time. So happy to share my actually questions, not answers, with all of you. I think I can start saying that regardless of who holds the presidency, the South Korean government will continue to make and keep every effort to strengthen US-ROK alliance and bilateral relations. And this election, 2024 election, shows that Trumpism has solidified as a one key pillar of US foreign policy, meaning that allies like South Korea must adapt to this new normal. But while adapting to a new ROK-US relationship, adjustment must remain within a balanced framework, so avoiding abrupt changes or unnecessary friction that could damage the long-term relationship and deteriorate long-term relationship between two countries. Trump's second term is expected to implement Trumpist policies more intensely and consistently than his first term, especially within a shorter time frame of 4 years, maybe 2 years before midterm election, and with loyal Trumpists inside Trump cabinet. So my first question, are there any institutional mechanism to moderate or halt policies that could excessively destabilize existing orders of relationship among allied countries? For example, could a minority Democratic coalition work with some Republicans to check Trump's administration's foreign policy when it go beyond some red line? And what are other institutional or non-institutional mechanisms we can expect from under US Constitution? And my second question is, the implementation of Trumpist policy, very strong Trumpist policy, may bring initial upheaval, especially at the first year of 4 years. If substantial confusion arises, could it eventually lead a more moderate form of Trumpism? Maybe some serious hope, Republican internationalism. The reason why I raised these two questions is I think it's number one priority task we have to do is to how can we manage the first picture of Trump second administration. And second, maybe number one priority for South Korea, a reconfiguration or realignment of alliance relationship between United States and allied countries. Trump's second term present many challenges for United States allied countries, highlighting the need for experts who understand the importance of alliance to facilitate dialogue and coordination. So one challenge includes Trump's emphasis on revising alliances, especially with defense cost sharing. This poses a significant burden for the South Korean government due to widespread public opposition to that kind of change. Trump has previously hinted at scaling down or even withdrawing U.S. forces Korea, USFK, if South Korea does not meet cost-sharing demands. This would heavily impact regional military balance and present significant difficulties for South Korean security. Although a full withdrawal of U.S. troops may not align with U.S. strategic interest and even economic interest, symbolic adjustment, I think, could happen, be used to gain leverage in a series of alliance negotiations on global level. And Trump's negotiation style often involves exaggerated demands to appeal emotionally to the especially domestic audience, which can be unsettling for South Korean public. And another issue I have to deal with is nuclear threat from North Korea, of course. And South Korea is concerned that Trump's commitment to extended deterrence against North Korea could weaken, possibly due to economic cost of sending strategic assets or U.S. military burden sharing perspective. And Trump may resume negotiation with North Korean leader and possibly moving towards a nuclear arms control agreement that implicitly acknowledges North Korea as a nuclear state, which could fuel domestic calls in South Korea for independent nuclear armament. And Trump's stance on extended deterrence is closely linked to the non-proliferation regime and South Korea's position to nuclear power. Will it allow or support South Korea's nuclear armament, or is this just a rhetoric primarily for public appeal and other constitutional institutions' reaction? And it is uncertain how Trump will approach North Korean leadership in his second term. Did his first-term experience lead him to conclude that resolving North Korean issue in just 4 years is unrealistic, or does he believe success is achievable with his new team in his cabinet? And my final issue I want to tackle is that regional realignment in Indo-Pacific area and trilateral cooperation. The deepening ties between Russia and North Korea highlight the importance of sustaining a strong U.S.-centered regional cooperation framework. As you all know, the U.S. and its allies must strategically adapt to shift in regional dynamics. It is uncertain. There are some positive views and negative views at the same time. It is uncertain how Trump will approach the ROC US-Japan trilateral cooperation fostered under the Biden administration. Although Trump may favor bilateral negotiations over multilateralism because he thinks multilateralism can weaken his negotiation leverage in negotiation process, he may support regional cooperation that eases the U.S. burden in other way. There is a need for South Korea and other allies to present a unified stance, even as competitive tendencies for relative advantage may hinder cooperation. Okay. So after writing down my presentation, I find out, in light of uncertainty surrounding the potential foreign policies of second-term Trump administration, it is crucial to acknowledge that there are still many unknowns left. Even Donald Trump, President-elect, himself may not have made definitive decision on various aspects. Therefore, the key lies in how we, as allies, can influence his understanding and calculation of strategic interest. This involves effectively demonstrating, like Dr. James says, the importance of cooperation among allies and broader multilateral collaboration. The most critical aspect is to make him recognize the value of such cooperation, which requires coordination and collaboration among allied nations. When allies engage with Donald Trump, they might face challenges in acting cohesively with other allies to demonstrate their own alliance significance over others. This is a classic example of free rider problem. However, to ensure long-term regional stability and strengthen each alliance and enhance bilateral relations with United States and minimize potential damage from Trump's potential negotiation style, inter-alliance cooperation is vital. Therefore, overcoming this free ride dilemma and maintaining continuous cooperation and coordination require ongoing reflection and discussion among scholars and experts from both countries and other relevant nations. I think I can stop here and I will answer any question raised. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much. Regional alliances and strategies, and we are facing uncertainties, which is not good for the economy. You know why inflation is bad? Because it raises the uncertainty. So generally, uncertainty raises the economic cost. So we're going to discuss that later. All right. The next speaker is Professor Kim Hae-sung.
Thank you for inviting me to speak at this forum today. It's a great honor. My name is Hae-sung Kim. I'm an associate professor at the Appalachian State University in Boone, North Carolina, for those of you who know where Appalachian State University is. So today I am going to present on East Asian security threats and South Korean public perceptions of trilateral cooperation. I'm gonna switch a gear a little bit. So instead of predicting what the governments are going to do, but I would like to make an informed, hopefully, I would like to help policymakers to make informed decisions. So I'm going to talk about just two main indicators or two main implications. Really, there are two lessons from today's presentation. So trilateral security cooperation, as all have presented earlier, provides a vital framework for addressing shared security challenges in East Asia. And public support for this collaboration is critical as it strengthens policy coordinations among governments and it also mitigates potential domestic constraints on intergovernmental efforts. So understanding public perceptions of a trilateral cooperation and the factors that, thanks so much. And factors that influence them is therefore essential for governments to effectively engage citizens in discourse on this issue. So I ask, what factors shape public support for the trilateral security cooperation between the United States, South Korea, and Japan? And particularly, I'm going to ask how some of the unresolved tensions and controversy between these partner countries, particularly South Korea and Japan, and shared security threats influence public perceptions of such cooperation. I have conducted a survey experiment very recently from October 30th and November 7th, so that's a very recent data, with the representative sample of 2,400 South Koreans. Okay, so the respondents were randomly exposed to one of the 7 treatment conditions. So the first conditions provides the information about the Dokdo-Takeshima disputes and controversy. And there are 5 conditions, condition 2 through 6, that address the common threat, the DPRK's nuclear threats, while varying who is really going to be the target under those threats. So condition 2 focuses, does not specify any of those targets. Condition 3 focuses on ROK being under threat. Condition 4, both ROK and the United States being under threat. And condition 5, both ROK and Japan being under threat. And condition 6 focuses on all 3 countries being under threat. And condition 7 informs about the US preferences through this trilateral cooperation. So including the multiple interests that other presenters talked about. So what are the results? So overall, approximately over 57% of South Koreans feel positively toward the trilateral security cooperation. Of course, there are some variation in terms of their perceptions. So the lowest, as probably you have expected, was under condition 1. Only 51 is still the majority, but 51.17% of the respondents expressed a positive feeling toward the trilateral cooperation when Tokyo Takeshima disputes was informed. And the highest, actually, was very interesting, was the condition 5, when North Korean threats to ROK and Japan, the two countries, were informed. Okay, so what does that mean? What can we do to improve the effectiveness of trilateral cooperation? What can we do to actually increase the public perceptions, positive public perception toward this positive security trilateral security cooperation? So I'm going to present the marginal effect of each of the conditions in terms of like the likelihood on the South Koreans perceiving positively about the trilateral cooperation relative to the baseline condition. So the lowest percent support, the feeling positively toward the security cooperation. Again, the baseline condition was when Tokyo and Takeshima dispute was informed. 51.17% support. So if the threat, a common threat, without specifying any targets under threat, the DPRK threat, 7.9% increase compared to the control condition or baseline condition. And you can see the next 7.6 percentage point increase, 7.6 percentage point increase when the threat about ROK and USA were informed. And the largest increase was when the 11.2% increase, percentage point increase when under the condition 5 when ROK and Japan were under threat. And so to reiterate, the largest increase was when the common threat to ROK in Japan was informed. So another interesting findings is actually no difference in perception toward trilateral cooperation among 4 conditions. One was the control condition, as I talked about. And the second was when threat was only to ROK and the United States. And another condition was when the threat was to all 3 countries. And actually the lowest support, lowest percent support for the trilateral cooperation was under the condition 7, when the trilateral cooperation was framed as being driven by the US preferences and interest. So what are the implications? So as I promised, I have 2 implications. One to South Korea and Japan. So to ensure the success of trilateral cooperation, supported by the South Korean public, the governments of South Korea and Japan must play a key role by avoiding focusing on existing tensions or controversies or politicizing them, and instead prioritizing shared security threats, whether that is from the DPRK, from other external threats. And also there is an implication to the United States. The US government should and can facilitate the trilateral security cooperation, but it should do so cautiously, ensuring that it does not appear to prioritize its own interest. I look forward to discussing further, and this is the end of my presentation. Thank you very much.
Professor Nishino Junya, Director of Keio University Institute of East Asian Studies. Professor, please.
Thank you.
already Jim Shok-san and Professor Kim gave an insightful observation on trilateral cooperation among the U.S., Japan, and South Korea. I also give my talk on the trilateral cooperation, mainly focusing on Japan-ROK relationship from a Japanese perspective. So Prime Minister Ishiba was inaugurated with his new cabinet on last month, October 1. But just a few days later, on October 4th, Ishiba expressed a strong commitment to advancing relations with South Korea in his inaugural policy speech in the National Dialogue. And also, shortly after taking office, Ishiba had a phone conversation with U.S. President Biden and also President Yonsei. And during his first overseas trip to Vientiane, Laos, Ishiba had a meeting with President Yoon on October 10th on the sideline of ASEAN-related summit meetings. So the fact that Japan's ROK summit meeting was realized just 10 days after Ishiba assumed office, and also the fact that three leaders from the U.S.-Japan ROK made a decision to establish a trilateral secretariat. These are the positive signs for future bilateral and trilateral relationship. So, however, it will not easy for Ishiba to manage and further develop Japan-ROK relationship, solidified since last year. So deeply strained by historical issue over past 10 years, relations are not just foreign policy matters, but also domestic political issues for both nations. So to advance the friendly relationship further, Ishiba needed to demonstrate his leadership not only in diplomacy, but also in domestic politics. But the ruling coalition's landslide defeat and the loss of a majority in the lower house election on October 27th has made it more difficult to exercise Ishiba's leadership in bilateral relations. And the re-emergence of Trump administration is also likely to impact Japan's foreign policy towards South Korea, because the improvement in Japan-ROK relations has benefited from the Biden administration's very active support. So meanwhile, the current, as Jim Shok mentioned, the current severe international situation will continue to serve as a driving force for cooperation among the three countries. Growing military capabilities and the aggressive postures of China and North Korea in the region, particularly the deepening relationship between Russia and North Korea, will likely advance the security cooperation between Japan-ROK and Japan-ROK and the United States further. So for example, regarding the trilateral cooperation on North Korean issue, three countries have already activated the real-time North Korean missile warning data sharing mechanism and conducted trilateral multi-domain military exercise, so-called Freedom Edge. Additionally, a trilateral working group on North Korea's cyber threats met 3 times, based on the Camp David agreement last year. So to further Japan, ROK, and the United States trilateral cooperation under the new administration, 3 points should be considered. Number 1, pursuing closer policy consultation among 3 countries. Number 2, to further promote trilateral cooperation in the context of broader inter-Pacific strategy. And number 3, to enhance relatively weak Japan-ROK bilateral ties. So first, it is essential to pursue closer consultation on policies toward North Korea. So in Japan, the Ishiba cabinet has been established, and the United States is soon to undergo a change of administration. And in South Korea, as already Director General Hwang mentioned, Yoon administration recently announced a new unification policy called the called the August 15 Unification Doctrine. So now it's time for the three countries to deepen their understanding of each other's North Korea policies and refocus efforts on policy coordination among the three countries. So considering this, it would be worthwhile to establish a high-level official consultative body on North Korean issue among foreign and defense authorities of three countries. And this should address not only deterrence measures against North Korea's military threat, but also diplomacy and negotiation strategies toward North Korea. So during the LDP leadership election, Ishiba expressed his intention to open liaison office in Tokyo and Pyongyang to serve as a foothold for negotiation with North Korea. So if he attempts to engage in dialogue with North Korea without cross communication with the United States and South Korea, it could jeopardize trilateral cooperation, which must be avoided. The second, it is desirable to further promote trilateral cooperation, not only concerning North Korea, but also in the context of a broader Indo-Pacific strategy. The significance of current trilateral cooperation, as symbolized by the Camp David Agreement, lies in advancing cooperation beyond traditional North Korean issues, particularly as policies toward North Korea become centered on deterrence and military cooperation. Advancing trilateral cooperation that actively contributes to peace building in the Indo-Pacific region will significantly expand the horizon of the trilateral cooperation. So we already established trilateral development and humanitarian assistance policy dialogue and the trilateral Indo-Pacific dialogue. But it will be crucial to see how far the three countries can foster practical cooperation in the Indo-Pacific region. So given the increasing importance of countries referred to as the Global South, such as ASEAN and Pacific Island countries, Japan, with long experience in supporting and cooperating with those nations, needed to take the lead in working with South Korea and the United States to implement Indo-Pacific strategy in the region. So thirdly, a key to solidifying trilateral cooperation is strengthening the relatively weak Japan-ROK bilateral ties compared to the US-Japan and the US-ROK alliance. So despite rapid improvement and restoration of communication channels between the Japanese and South Korean governments since last year, the exchange and cooperation between the defense authorities of Japan and South Korea remained stagnant. The distrust between the two defense authorities that arose from so-called radar lock-on incident in December 2018 cannot be easily dispelled. But an agreement was finally reached in June this year to resume defense talks and cooperation and to enhance mutual trust between the two authorities. 5-year suspension of security cooperation has been a significant loss for both countries, so it is essential to focus on restoring the lost trust as quickly as possible. So Ishiba is positive about Japan-ROK cooperation and likely to engage in bilateral security cooperation due to his expertise in security policy. The Yoon administration has also shown a positive stance, but there is a divide between the conservative and the progressive camp regarding security cooperation with Japan in South Korea, necessitating a cautious approach by the administrations. So with the change of the US government next year, there is a possibility that the institutionalization of trilateral cooperation may stagnate, or that there might be change in the nature of US commitment in the region. So therefore, it is crucial for Japan and South Korea to cooperate to encourage continued constructive engagement from the United States. Fortunately, the rapid improvement of Japan-ROK relations since last year has provided the two countries with an opportunity to collaborate closely in promoting U.S. proactive and constructive role in this region. I stop here. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Professor. Now, we finished all the 6 speakers' presentation, and I invite comments or questions from the floor to raise hands.
As you mentioned, the continuous rise of conservative perspectives in younger generations in South Korea, such as the increasing less importance of the unification of Koreas, and also the unease towards uncertainties of Trump's protection umbrella with South Korea. Would these trends be enough to affect future Korean presidency elections? And also, what would be the implications of the Indo-Pacific relations as a whole? Thank you.
Okay. Yeah, Professor, sir? You want to?
Yeah. I think in the United States, in South Korea, but far more in South Korea, security issue is very important one for election. But I'm not sure that is one critical factor influencing election. But one thing I want to stress is that growing number of South Korean people are worrying about rapidly increasing North Korean nuclear threat. And so, if in Donald Trump's second administration, if we see some declining commitment of extended deterrence, the factor will be very important in next election. That's my understanding.
Okay, any other response from the panel? No? Okay, then the next question, yeah.
My name is Grace Kahn. I am a human rights attorney. Hello? Okay, so I'd like to ask Professor Kim about a very interesting survey. To what extent do you think your data captured the public's view of the issues associated with World War II, with Japan's atrocity crimes, the comfort women issue? Can we conclude that the majority of people aren't concerned, or how did your survey capture that issue?
Thank you so much for a very insightful question. So I only will speak from what the data says. So I cannot make a conclusion about what exactly the people would think about the questions that were not asked. However, the fact that the support toward the trilateral security cooperation was the lowest when the dispute between the two countries, Tokto-Takeshima dispute was informed, it was actually the lowest. And then the survey design, it was not very, very kind of strong. So still people are picking up that existing controversy or dispute are influencing people's willingness to support among these countries, or with partnering with Japan, for example. So if those issues actually become more apparent, if politicians may politicize it, so I think it's not that I'm saying those issues are not important, very important, but if our goal is to enhance the trilateral security cooperation in addressing the current security threats that facing the East Asian region, then the focus shouldn't be really the existing tensions, rather than rather the focus should be more on the common goal. So that's all I can actually imply from the existing data. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Professor Kim. Yeah, another question from there. Yeah. You will be the next. Okay.
Kim from South Korea. My questions may be directed to the first three presenters. The trilateral discussions between China, South Korea, and Korea, and Japan, how would it be perceived in the U.S.? Could there be any positive implication for the trilateral relations between U.S., China, and South Korea? And do you have any recommendations for South Korean government for U.S. policy under the Trump administrations? Thank you.
Okay, to the first three speakers. So you want to go first, Professor?
I'll be happy to give it a try. Sure, thank you. I think it has to be handled in a low-key way. I think thus far it has been. It's not high on the agenda. You don't hear a lot about it. There's apparently going to be a 2+2 summit. In other words, the foreign ministry and defense minister of 3 countries are going to get together sometime soon. That'll get more attention. The dilemma here is just that how do you getting back to the earlier question of how do you safeguard the relationship, how do you get the president to focus on alliances and things like this? This is something, one way to do it is to make it a China effort. In other words, to say there's a very strong feeling that we should be stronger toward China, and therefore you can put this in, therefore we need to pay attention to what the Chinese and South Koreans are doing, and the South Koreans are doing with China. And so that would undermine that position. But so I'm a little confused here in the sense I say for now I would just play it cold. I would just be low-keyed about it and say you don't, an example, Mr. Modi has a problem when he deals with Russia. In other words, the U.S. supports him, and yet he's dealing with Russia. Now that makes it hard for the Biden administration to deal with. You could have that kind of a problem with South Korea and Japan if the U.S. pushes a tough policy toward China, as I think they will. So you have to be sensitive to it. I would make sure it's lower priority than you obviously are keeping it open, but it's not. I would avoid publicity that says, well, we're really close with China. I think that would not be productive.
All right. Oh, okay.
Just quickly, I just wanted to jump in. I think there is a clear difference between Biden and Trump, for example, on this front. So when the alliances are strong, when the trilateral cooperation is strong, I think the U.S. viewed China, Japan, South Korea trilateralism as a clear benefit to U.S. diplomacy, because there was such confidence that the South Korean leadership and the Japanese leadership would be essentially giving the same message to China that we would want to put forward. So it was very reinforcing, and it wasn't just coming from the United States in terms of complaints about certain types of behavior, etc. That's probably less the case in a Trump dynamic, where there's less confidence that the U.S. messages are being reinforced. So the low-key recommendation is probably a good one, but I still think that trilateral benefits the United States because of so many shared interests between the U.S., South Korea, and Japan.
Okay, thank you. Mike is, all right, yeah, and we are running out of time, and there is a question from online. So after you, I'm gonna read the online question on you. Okay, be prepared. Okay.
I'm Kathy. I'm a recent graduate from George Washington, and I'm from Taiwan. So I have 2 questions. One is for Professor Kim. How do you think the Trump doctrines about the trilateral value influence the public perception about this trilateral framework? It's just like how Trump become another threat about this trilateral relationships, about public awareness about this value about this trilateral. And another question is about the focus and the natural about this trilateral. We know that the personnel matters, the leadership matters. But right now we have 2 leadership change. Before it's Biden, Kishida, and Yoon, and right now it's Trump, Ishiba, and Yoon with the support rate just 70%. So situation and people change, And what is the focus and natural about this trilateral going to change? Before it's like more value basis and like not like interest driven. Right now, if it's like trade driven or like threat driven, and how does the economic security plays a role in this trilateral relationship? Thank you.
Thank you so much for your question. So to just clarify, so you want to know how like the Trump administration will think about the trilateral. So is that correct?
His thoughtless about this value, how it changed the public perception of this
Okay.
value.
Yes. Thank you. I also want to know, so like again from the data, so I'm kind of trying to see, like, so this data that I just presented came a couple weeks ago, and actually there was a couple other data just came in. So one focusing on the US public opinion. And what was very interesting to see from that the data was that the US public support to like the alliance and more, and even including, I should speak carefully, even including the supporting the independent nuclearization from South Korea or Taiwan or Japan, when US really considers the China as a threat. So I actually don't know how the Trump administration actually respond to that, the public support. But the public support increase was pretty significant. So if that can inform the policymakers in terms of how to respond, how to value the alliances, and yes, how to. I hope that just can inform them. So that data just came in a couple of days ago. So I need to do more analysis. So it's not just about the U.S. Public opinion, but also what was interesting is the support for this, like the support for Taiwan, for example, from South Korean public also increased significantly. When China was a big threat, like perceived as a big threat. And also what was interesting is also depend what South Korea respond to, how much South Korea wants to support Taiwan depends on what Japan does as well. So that was another very interesting new findings, but let me just cut it here. Thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much. And I just find out that the answer from the online can be answered by typing. So, Professor, this is a question regarding Professor Shihoko Goto's words about the Technology Alliance. And can you type it, the answer after the session? That, of course. And then we can invite one more last question.
How will the trilateral cooperation react to the coming administration's possible deprioritization of Taiwan's security issues in U.S. Asian foreign policy, and how will that impact Taiwan? Also, what kind of protective measures could Korea and Japan take in order to bolster defense for Taiwan as their regional allies and from the threat of China, and to maintain regional security balance?
Just a clarification, are you assuming the U.S. Has a posture that will jeopardize Taiwan's security?
That's kind of what we've been discussing in our report.
So you're implying that kind of a declaration?
Yes.
I mean, it could be a very hard line declaration, you see. So I mean, okay, so basically you're getting to the Trump deal with Xi Jinping over Taiwan is basically what you're raising that scenario. I tried to explain how I didn't think that was very likely, for the reasons that there are red lines here. In the question earlier, that are there any red lines with the Trump administration? I think this is one. In other words, if he tries that, politically it'd be very damaging. If he moves ahead with North Korea, I don't think that's there. I think that's that kind of red line isn't there. The basic discussion that we've had is that alliances matter. The assumption that through all our discussions, we got to have these alliances. I think Mr. Trump doesn't believe that. I think that's just, he doesn't believe that. And so, so this is a fundamental problem from my assessment of saying, well, because it's all, so my point would be, show him a payoff. Show him something. Here, boss, you're going to get lots of publicity for this. Do it. You see what I mean? That kind of thing. It'd be much more helpful, I think, moving forward. But I'm digressing. I'm sorry. But your basic point on Taiwan is, I think you're arguing that what can we do if Taiwan is abandoned? But
yeah, like what could Japan and South Korea do? What kind of protective measures could they take?
Yeah. It's very hard. It's a very hard situation.
You want to add more?
Just quickly, I mean, I do think, I kind of agree with Bob on this. If it's not a trilateral thing, I still think you would see very strong U.S.-Japan, U.S.-South Korea, U.S.-Australia kind of coordination, collaboration in the event of a Taiwan crisis or Taiwan contingency. It is unclear exactly what the Trump administration view is going to be on Taiwan, but we expect it to be rather strong in support of Taiwan. I mean, the Trump 1 administration in 4 years sent the largest amount of military transfers to Taiwan of any other administration. But I think on the trilateral side, you would see some security issues or foreign policy issues coming off the agenda. So Ukraine, for example, or areas where maybe that solidarity of policy is not there. Trump administration goes a certain direction, it just comes off the agenda as a trilateral focus, but it still gets discussed, I would imagine, in a bilateral context.
Okay, just
Yeah.
sure.
Sorry. Okay. Just a couple of points on Taiwan. To engage Trump on this, under his first administration, he was the one who took a call from then President Tsai Ing-wen. That was a game changer in U.S.-Taiwan relations. So to be reminded of that, his personal commitment to change how the United States is engaged vis-a-vis Taiwan, we have to bear in mind that China's interest in Taiwan has been constant. It has been a core interest for the United States. But at the same time, what we are finding is that even though there is no kinetic attack against Taiwan at the moment, Taiwan is already under siege. It is under siege from cyber attacks. It is under siege from aggressive disinformation campaigns. It is under attack in terms of exports from Taiwan to China being, there are mechanisms that are in play at the moment that is putting Taiwan at risk. It is bearing a great deal of brunt from economic coercion from China as well. There is already an opportunity for trilateral cooperation and greater commitment from the United States in the defense of Taiwan today. My hope is that as Trump's administration is supported by values-based voters as well. We know what's going on in Hong Kong today. We know what's happening in Tibet. That could all be put together as a set. This is not an approach that Taiwan necessarily likes, but to enhance the appeal and the need for the United States to continue to engage and come to the defense of Taiwan, that is a rhetoric that I think would play well with the new administration.
Okay, Professor.
Yeah, just short
response.
addition from South Korean standpoint. It's a very complex issue for South Korea, but I think burden sharing perspective, South Korea will do more, some issues related with Taiwan contingency or something like that. But South Korea, many experts are saying these days simultaneous provocation from North Korea when Taiwan contingency happens, right? And South Korea weapon system is not well fit to the Taiwan situation. So maybe it's better choice even for United States for South Korea to make deterrence stronger in Korean Peninsula. But as I said to you, Taiwan's trade is very important for our international trade also, and we really want to keep status quo existing regional order. So we will do more from now on.
Okay, thank you very much. We are a little behind the schedule, but I thought that it was very helpful discussions. And we should wrap up the session, and I appreciate all the 6 speakers as well as audiences from the floor. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Welcome to GW. I'm Yeonho Kim, the Associate Director of the Institute for Korean Studies here at the GW Elliot School. I hope you enjoyed the food we've provided for lunch. We tried really hard to treat you well. Thank you for joining today's second session, Sanctions and Deterrence Towards the DPRK. In this session, we will also address North Korea's cybersecurity threats. This may seem like a broad range of issues to cover within an hour and a half, but I believe it's entirely manageable with the insights of our distinguished speakers. Let me begin the panel discussion by briefly introducing the speakers. I'll be introducing 2 speakers first, and then move on to the next topic. So for the first panel on the deterrence against North Korea, joining us today is Sharon Squassoni, a research professor at the Institute for International Science and Technology Policy here at the Elliot School. Prior to joining the faculty at GW, Sharon directed the Proliferation Prevention Program at the Center for Strategic and International Studies. She also served in the US government, including the State Department, the Arms Control and Disarmament Agency, and the Congressional Research Service. The pair speaker for this panel is Yuki Tatsumi, co-director of the East Asia program and the director of the Japan program at Stimson Center. Before joining Stimson, Yuki served as a research associate at the CSIS and as the special assistant for political affairs at the Embassy of Japan in Washington. With that, let me turn it over to Sharon.
Thank you, Yeonho. It's a pleasure to be here for this Global Korea Forum. You gave me such an easy answer. I'm gonna be optimistic, right? Yes. Will deterrence work against the DPRK? Seriously, I'm trying as best I can to be optimistic these days. I'm going to approach this a little bit within the context of this meeting's focus on trilateral cooperation, because U.S. allies' perception of deterrence against North Korea are as important as that of the DPRK itself. Sometimes we talk about, the role of nuclear weapons in assuring our allies of extended deterrence, and so that is really important. So maybe the relevant question is, will Japan and South Korea believe that North Korea will be deterred from taking action against the US, Japan, and/or the ROK? So I wasn't actually kidding. My short answer is yes. If we mean first use of nuclear weapons, and that's because I think Kim Jong-un is fundamentally rational. To ensure that North Korea is deterred from doing other things that we don't like, I believe that we'll have to do a lot more than wave nuclear weapons at them. Okay, so I'd like to first talk a little bit about how we define deterrence, and then talk about the challenges of knowing what we know and calibrating, crime and punishment. And then probably finish with a few provocative questions. So, classic definition of deterrence is to discourage an action by an opponent by instilling fear or doubt about the consequences. Nuclear weapons also have other, uses beyond warfighting to compel or coerce states into actions, but here we're talking about deterring them, so discouraging actions. And we do this by both denial and punishment. And that deterrence relies on the capability to deliver an effective response to an enemy action, the credibility of threats to follow through with that response, as well as effective communication of that promised response. So you can see all three areas we need to actually pay a lot of attention to. And extended deterrence, which is what we're talking about here, somewhat threatens retaliation on behalf of allies and partners. And what I already mentioned, assurance signals the US commitment to their security. So fundamentally, it's not enough to say that a country is deterred because it didn't take a specific action. You need to know, we can only claim a victory for deterrence if we know that the action was not taken because of the threats or doubts instilled. So in this cause and effect equation, you can't forget about the cause. And this is where, when it comes to North Korea, it gets tricky, right? Some actions that we try to deter are knowable, right? We know if they're going to use or they don't use a nuclear weapon. We know if they're going to deploy or they don't deploy nuclear weapons. Missile testing, we have a pretty good handle on that. Nuclear testing, a pretty good handle. But it's really hard to ascertain exactly why North Korea chooses to do things or not do things unless Kim Jong-un declares it. And even then, how far do you trust him, right? He may not wish to reveal that he was deterred from doing something because of an action that the US and its allies have taken. I would also say, US leaders rarely in the moment declare they refrained from an action because they fear the consequences in the moment. So, I have a general problem with proving deterrence, right? But putting aside the credibility issues that extended deterrence poses, nuclear weapons suffer more generally from a credibility gap regarding proportionality. So is the use of smaller nuclear weapons more credible than than strategic nuclear weapons? Are they effective in deterring anything short of nuclear use? The United States likes to distinguish between tactical and strategic nuclear weapons. Some of the other countries with nuclear weapons don't. And in the past, in Asia, we stationed nuclear weapons on Japanese and South Korean and also Taiwanese soil to shore up the deterrent effect. Do we know if that made a difference to North Korea or to China? We know that it made a difference to Japan and South Korea and Taiwan. So this brings us to, what are we deterring North Korea from? Is it and I'm going to go from sort of broadest to narrowest. Are we trying to deter them from a nuclear arms buildup? It's something we would like to deter them from, but that's a big ask. Are we trying to deter them from provocative acts? And then the question is, in which realm? Cyber, space, conventional, nuclear? Are we trying to deter conventional conflict? Are we trying to deter escalation from conventional to nuclear? Are we trying to deter nuclear threats? We would all feel a lot better if Kim Jong-un didn't issue nuclear threats. And then finally, and most assuredly, we are trying to deter them from nuclear use. So on to some of the questions. I'm mindful of time. How should we deter them? Should it be denial versus punishment? Should it be capabilities? And by that I mean stationing US nuclear weapons back in Northeast Asia? Or should we focus on diplomacy or rhetoric? What kinds of deterrence signals, back to the communication part of it, should we focus on, military or non-military? Which of these works best? And again, it depends on what you want to deter. The United States fundamentally seeks to tailor its deterrence strategies, which requires having good information about the competitor's values, perceptions, decision-making, and communication styles. So I would say here, North Korea's isolation and inaccessibility basically allow few mechanisms for confirming the accuracy of the data. I mean, there's relatively little data. Another point which pertains particularly in the case of North Korea is the relative inferiority of their forces against US nuclear weapons will also make it less likely, they have more to hide, right? In my work with nuclear weapons and proliferation, often you didn't know a lot because countries wanted to hide things. They wanted to hide how bad they were, not how good they were. The better they get, the more they're willing to talk about what they have. Okay, so lastly, leaving a few provocative questions on the table. I see some difficulties for the U.S. in tailoring its deterrence strategy within Northeast Asia for North Korea, vice North Korea, and vice China, right? We've already seen that, some missile defenses make China nervous. And we keep saying, well, it's against North Korea, it's against, but they say, oh, it can be used for other things. Will Trump actually care very much about China? We heard on the earlier panel that Trump may not believe that China is as much of a threat. A second provocative question is, will a return to building US nuclear weapons, if it turns out that we don't get a follow-on agreement to New START, right? And I do believe if Project 2025 is any indication that the Trump administration would seek to increase the US arsenal. Will a return to building more weapons strengthen or weaken whatever deterrence relationship we have right now that exists between the US and North Korea? And then finally, how does the ongoing nuclear buildup in Asia, that is China, North Korea, Russia, affect US North Korean deterrence? And then, of course, the biggest question is, would nuclear proliferation, actual indigenous proliferation by Japan or South Korea affect the overall deterrence, overall how we deter North Korea? I mean, the answer there is yes, the question is how. So I did that thing where I raised more questions than I answered, but we have an expert panel here, and I see a lot of experts in the audience, so I hope at least we have some food for thought on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Sharon, for your really comprehensive overview of the issue that we're trying to deal with today. Yuki?
Great. Thank you for your kind introduction. Thank you for the invitation. It's good to be here. It's been a while since I'm in this building, so it's always good to be back. And then I would like to thank Sharon that giving us that really good, great 30,000 feet overview of what are the issues, what's at stake, and what are we going to discuss. And my role is to talk a little bit about how this all looks from Tokyo. So that's what I'm going to just focus on. So since early 1990s, when North Korea first withdrew from the NPT, nuclear program and missile program developed by North Korea has always been Japan's top security concern. But in the last decade, or more like decade and a half, a couple of things. North Korea's nuclear arsenal, despite all these multilateral diplomatic efforts, seem to be growing, not shrinking, even though I guess there's still technically the ultimate goal of CDID, the verifiable, irreversible dismantlement and denuclearization of North Korea. I think it's still technically on the table as the goal, but that goal, which Japan holds really close to, seemed more distant as the time goes by. So this also opens up a question of what Japan's response should be. For the time being, Japan's reaction has been that it'll double down on the alliance relationship with the United States, and whenever possible, reach out to ROK for more trilateral cooperation to the context of this today's conference. And for the last couple of years, it has been a very encouraging, Japan from, at least from the Tokyo's perspective, dynamics on the trilateral cooperation have been very positive, and signified by trilateral summit, whole host of forward-looking agenda and action items for the trilateral cooperation moving forward, and so forth. And also, U.S. and Japan do continue to strengthen its defense relationship, including the ballistic missile defense. So all that combination is how Japan has been responding to a couple of very concerning developments from Japanese perspective for the last couple of years. One is this growing coziness that has been exposed in regards to the North Korea's relations first with China, but then more recently with Russia. What does that mean? The close realignment, seemingly close realignment of these three countries that are all nuclear weapon states, for all intentions and purposes, that are basically surrounding Japan. What does that mean? That is one major development that really concerns people in Tokyo. And the second one is, frankly, how Russian President Putin has been, nuclear savoring is probably the wrong word to use, but they do infer the potential of nuclear weapon use. Everybody keeps talking about, no, he just uses that as a rhetoric. But that is precisely the point. If the rhetoric deters Western side or pro-Ukrainian forces to weaken their commitment to support Ukraine, Putin achieved that purpose. So what does that mean in Far East? So those are the two major considerations that has been going on. I would argue, though, that there are a couple of big triggers that will sensitize Japanese public more to discuss this nuclear future in a more public and open forum. For now, this discussion is really contained amongst defense planners, strategists, policymakers, and so forth. And even though we do have this offshot, advocates for indigenous nuclear weapon, that's by and large just considered to be just a very loud voice, but very much on the margin. But the truth of the matter is we really haven't seen a really open discourse amongst Japanese people from different parts of the populace about how they think Japan should think about its nuclear future. So a couple of the triggers that could turn that into a reality. One is total loss of confidence among Japanese people about U.S. credibility of the U.S. extended deterrence. This has not happened. It takes a lot for that to happen. But as we are now seeing how the incoming administration's alliance policy, how President-elect Trump will face North Korea, China, and Russia, all the countries of great concerns for Japan, matters. And a close second to that is also these two issues are very closely related, and I'm sure Nishino-san or Jim would probably talk about it too, and then I would not hesitate to punt to either of you in the question and answer. Is what will Seoul decide? I have been getting a lot of increasingly more invitation from South Korean organization to come in and talk about trilateral way in extended deterrence. And usually those conference invitation means a trend in the interest in the country. So again, should South Korea, for example, decides to go down toward indigenously developing nuclear weapon, that will have a very big impact on Japanese psyche, because then Japan will really be the only one who doesn't have that capability. So even then, I don't know how that result of the debate will roll, but at least you will start hearing a lot more openly in a public discourse about Japan's nuclear options. But all these also gets heavily impacted by the US policy, South Korean policy, and also current the political stability or political situation in Japan too. And I was just talking to Richard that I was in Seoul about last week, about a week before presidential election here. And even though the purpose of my trip was to discuss the trilateral extended deterrence or potential or challenges, we spent about 75% talking about each other country's domestic politics. So that goes to show you that, in Japan and Korea, these what happens here matters, and it really could trigger a lot of interesting chain reaction, either good, positive, or not so positive in Tokyo and Seoul. So I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
Thank you, Yuki. Before we move on to the next topic, I'd like to take 5 minutes for Yuki and Sharon to comment on each other's presentations. Sharon, I think Yuki just presented a little bit more provocative questions than yours. Do you have any comment on that, especially the credibility of U.S. extended deterrence issue?
Tough. I agree with Yuki. I think it takes a big trigger, but we've seen some big things from Donald Trump in his first administration. So including statements during his first campaign about Japan and South Korea. Maybe it would be a good idea for them to develop nuclear weapons. I would hope that he's been disabused of that in the interim. I think a big question is whether Trump is at all interested in any kind of agreement with North Korea. The panel this morning, I think it was Bob Sutter, suggested he might be. I'm a little more skeptical about that. One is, I don't know, I think some folks on the inside of the first Trump administration have pointed to the president's inability to stay focused on on certain topics for longer than, well, some have said 2 minutes, but I think that might be gone for him. But even if it's not, right, even if he decides, okay, I'm going to resurrect this, it takes two to tango. And I would argue that Kim Jong-un was severely burned by at least the last summit. I mean, so many times they came really, really close, and then Trump just couldn't give up on the, on the sanctions end of it, which we'll hear, more about. It's like, we can't give you too much until you give us everything, right? And I think Kim Jong-un has pretty much said, it's not going to happen. So, so that puts me in a more maybe optimistic, pessimistic about denuclearization of North Korea, but maybe a little more optimistic about at least Japan and South Korea not feeling like they're being thrown under the bus for a somewhat uncertain deal with North Korea. Having said that, boy, we're going to have to just wait and see what happens, including, who comes into this administration who might have any appetite or expertise, in this area. I would say the best we can hope for is like maybe continued tamping down expectations.
Okay, I think you have 2 minutes for commenting on Sharon's comments, and probably you may want to discuss how the Japanese people would respond to Sharon's comment. Or will they be frustrated or a little bit encouraged?
I think my answer will be a mix of a yes, no. You know, partly yes, partly not so much. When Russia invaded Ukraine in 2022, that was when, I guess, late former Prime Minister Abe kind of resurrected the idea that maybe Japan should revisit nuclear sharing. And that was, I think, as close as it got in that time period that we hear any major political figure talk about this openly. But what happened afterwards was very classically Japanese, that all these Japanese politicians who were interested in that subject and who were totally gung-ho about that nuclear sharing agreement, they started having these study groups and actually start bringing in non-proliferation experts who actually walk them through what it actually looks like in Germany's case. And then they kind of realized, like, oh, it's not going to work. So that really quickly went away. Instead, what gave them a major political break in terms of how Japan would equip themselves on their defense capability. I hear from many in Japan that their government officials and politicians were anticipating a lot of back blow when Prime Minister Kishida decided on the upgrading all the strategic document in which Japan's, he basically committed Japan to, yes, we're increasing the defense spending, yes, we're acquiring the counter-strike capabilities, and yes, we are, buying more U.S. stuff essentially to better equip ourselves against those threats. They anticipated more resistance, and they found none, literally none. Maybe Communist Party did, but that went unnoticed. So that was one sea change that Ukraine brought, and with all that, President Putin's nuclear rhetoric ended up in that. That actually gives me a little bit of a comfort that it really takes a huge trigger. Even bigger than what I just anticipated, two things that I anticipated for Japan to say, okay, enough is enough, we're going nuclear. Having said that though, and then I do actually agree with you that I don't think President Trump has much of an appetite to go back to the North Korean issue, because he also couldn't walk away with the deal. So that's a major blow to his ego. So, but what Japan does worry, and then I think what South Korea also does worry, is the President-elect Trump's fundamental disdain toward alliances and partnerships. And it's really all about the deal. And how that, Japan will probably going to taste that and get the first taste of that when they start renegotiating their special measures agreement for U.S. forces in Japan. But that is something that remains to be a big worry. So, your point totally well taken, and I think that's pretty much how it was understood. That is pretty much how it's understood in Tokyo. I need to double check with Nishino-san, but I think that's how it is. But that President-elect's fundamental seeming disdain toward alliances and importance of it does continue to give them.
Thank you, Yuki. Let me move on to the next panel, which focuses on the future of sanctions on North Korea. Our first speaker for this panel is Maiko Takeuchi, a proud member of the North Korea Economic Forum at GWIX, and a former member of the panel of experts on the DPRK at the UN Security Council. She is now the CEO of Compliance and Capacity Skills International, PPEC. And the pair speaker for this panel is Richard Nephew, a senior research scholar and adjunct professor at the School of International and Public Affairs at Columbia University's Center on Global Energy Policy. Prior to joining Columbia, he served as the inaugural U.S. coordinator on global anti-corruption at the Department of State. With that, Michael.
Sure. Good afternoon, everyone. First of all, thank you so much for this great opportunity. So my name is Maiko Takeuchi. I served the UN panel to monitor North Korean sanctions from 2016 to 21. So today I'll discuss what's the potential of or future of the UN sanction, especially after post-PO panel of experts. So first of all, let me just review what's the panel of experts' job in the United Nations. So there's two main pillars. One is, of course, the investigate the sanctions violation and issue recommendation for the implementation, and issue biannual reports every year, two reports every year. And then on the other hand, there's another important role that is the assist the implementation by the member states, UN member states, and as well the committees. So the panel, as you know, was now stopped the activity in the end of the April. And now newly announced was the 11 countries, now like-minded countries, who established a multilateral sanction monitoring team. So as long as I know in this public report is their focus is reporting based on the investigation. What I noticed was there are these 11 countries, namely Japan, US, South Korea, but Canada, Australia, New Zealand, and the European countries, France, Germany, Italy, and the Netherlands and UK. These countries are already actively supporting the implementation of the sanctions, including dispatching the assets to monitor North Korean ship-to-ship transfer. So it's great to have this visible action by geographically diverse countries are still monitoring the North Korea's sanction violation. So that's a strong message to North Korea and its allies that the international society is watching them. So what's the advantage of multilateral teams, monitoring teams working over the UN panel of experts? So first of all, because of this, they're already supporting North Korean sanctions. So they don't face the deadlock that the UN panel faces sometimes, because the countries who is sending the expert to the panel does not always agree with the UN North Korean sanctions. So, because of that, sometimes the panel has the serious issues of the impedance of their work. So like a new monitoring mechanism doesn't have this, less likely to have this deadlock. And furthermore, these countries has a diverse intelligence capability, because say Australia has strong intelligence network in Southeast Asia, while European countries are strong network in Africa and Middle East countries. So these are high-risk area of when it comes to North Korean sanction violations. So having these multilateral country with other diverse strength in intelligence and with the experts, that would help the further better implementation or better monitoring than the UN panel expert, I hope. So how we can maximize though their role or their capacity of this multilateral monitoring team? So this is related to my point that the different strength in intelligence. First of all, they should monitor not only serious violation in Russia and China, but other diverse area, namely Africa, East Asia, and Middle East, and Southeast Asia. Why? Because of course there's a grave, serious concern in Russia and China about the North Korean sanction violations. However, in addition to these countries, there are so many high-risk countries that North Korea could take advantage if the international society does not support the country's implementation. So it's important to have this to support and report the issues in these high-risk areas. And secondly, joint sanction designations. So now, because of the lack of the new designation by the United Nations, lots of cases the country have to go through the unilateral sanctions. But as you can imagine, this unilateral sanction always have the big loophole. Why? The designated entities can easily transfer the asset to any other countries, and that's it. So, if these 11 countries and also inviting other countries to join the multilateral sanction designation, probably certain cases that sanction might work better. Of course, there's not always the perfect solution. So, and thirdly, they can also go beyond the UN Security Council resolutions because this is like-minded countries framework. So that can be also the strong advantage of these groups. But what in which area they go? So first, they can go beyond the sanctions restrictions. One area is probably like say tourism. So it's not prohibited by the sanction, and however, that's a great source for the income for North Korea. For example, this year, North Korea accepted more than 1,000 Russian tourists. And due to the last year's partial border reopening, probably next year they will have accept more tourists. And that will bring significant foreign currency. So probably that's just one example, but the area that's the like-minded country can do the voluntary action to monitor more about that kind of foreign income earnings. And furthermore, they can also combine the North Korean Security Council resolutions element to North Korean human rights abuse issue. So what they can do, the monitoring team can also investigate human rights violation in North Korea, and they can collaborate with UN rapporteur on North Korean human rights issues. Furthermore, they can advocate the human rights due diligence element is also applied for North Korean human rights violation. The North Korean component they export, and then eventually there's a risk that any countries can in their country's companies supply chain could contain the North Korean product that was produced in the grave human rights violations. So the like-minded country can also advocate the issue. And lastly, this member states group, like-minded group, can also collaborate more with NGOs and think tanks, especially when it comes to the capacity building side. If the monitoring team focusing on monitoring and investigating, there's another big pillar was still untouched. That is how to support the implementation of the sanction, especially for the countries who does not have the capacity or who does not want to be so confrontational with North Korea. There's so many countries who doesn't have enough capacity or doesn't have the resources to do that. So this capacity building side should not be overlooked, and then that should be also supported by the like-minded countries. So lastly, although this monitoring team has lots of potential, I still believe the UN institutional credibility matters, especially to call for the assistance or support by the multilateral countries, including the countries who does not want to be confrontations against North Korea or their allies. So the member states, although this mechanism is great, however, they should also continue advocation and in UN diplomacy to create the UN body back to the United Nations. Not necessarily panel, maybe ideally General Assembly resolution or any form, but the UN credibility should be back in the frame. I'll stop here.
Thank you, Maiko. Thank you for the kind introduction to MSNT, which not many people are familiar with. So that was very informative, I think. Richard?
Yeah, great, thank you very much, and thank you as well for having me join you, and really appreciate the overview of where we are with the multilateral sanctions process. I'm going to take a half a step back and start off by talking a little bit about what the value of sanctions are right now at this point with North Korea, before offering a couple of thoughts about what we can do going forward. I mean, candidly put, sanctions are most effective when they're designed to achieve specific objectives in furtherance of an overall goal. But I don't know what the overall goal is and what the subordinate objectives are with North Korea right now. I think the simplest thing to say, as predecessors spoke to, CVID and the idea of denuclearization of the Korean Peninsula, you could say that as being the overall goal. But how credible is that really? And how credible has that been for quite some time? If that does remain the overall goal, then frankly I think we've got some questions about what the sanctions effectiveness has been, because I don't think that they've contributed much towards that goal. But I actually think that there are different shades of that overall set of objectives that have been pursued since 2005. And the evolution of those subordinate objectives actually tells you something. So again, I'll speak in broad generalizations, but I think the main sets of objectives were all clustered around nuclear and missile-related sanctions and diplomatic objectives. And first, under the Bush and early Obama administration, they were intended to create pressure to support a diplomatic arrangement. And there were multiple different rounds of six-party talks and similar to try and get us across to that. But I think you can make a, fairly sound argument that by the late Obama administration and Trump administration, they were intended to constrain North Korea in hopes of a diplomatic outcome, not in furtherance of a diplomatic outcome. Yes, there was the flurry of attempts towards a deal between the United States and North Korea. Yes, there were summits. Clearly, there was something that was real there. But I think we can also see that the kinds of agreements that were being talked about at the time were not the kinds of agreements that were getting into verification protocols to try and address some of these problems. And I think that's part of the reason why they foundered, on top of which there were questions about political commitment inside the United States. But if you're overall structuring a theory of the case, a theory of what sanctions were being used for in that time frame, it was about constraining North Korea, not about opening diplomatic space. Third, since the Trump administration, I think throughout the Biden administration, and I would argue probably in the beginning of the next Trump administration, sanctions are intended to constrain North Korea and prevent an expansion of conflict, while all being severely limited by a breakdown in US, China, and Russia cooperation on the subject. And so that evolution shows that we went from trying to get to a deal to hoping we don't have a crisis to now just trying to make sure that North Korea is not in a position to make things much worse while struggling to deal with the broader breakdown in political relations between the three big powers that I think are really relevant in terms of changing North Korean thinking on these issues. I think you can argue that North Korean leadership was effective in the earlier phases of the sanctions campaign. I think Banco Delta Asia is, of course, the poster child that we look to on this because it directly affected the resources of the leadership. And I think we saw that North Korea was motivated to seek deals and lost access to valuable money, luxury goods, and technology. That was something that was a key feature of those initial engagements. But I think it's also fair to say that the potency of sanctions was linked to the support of Russia and China. And that's simply what has been lacking for the last several years now. Certainly we heard about that in the UN context, but I think you can make a very good argument that part of the reason why sanctions have not had the same kinds of returns as they have in other places is because the two countries that share borders with, other than South Korea of course, and have the biggest position of being able to limit access to goods that would be going to North Korea, frankly have a different perspective on North Korea now than they used to. In the past, my sense was that Russia and China were really concerned about North Korean adventurism and chaos. But they're much more comfortable with the Kim Jong-un regime at this point. And Russia, frankly, now depends on North Korea in a way that I don't think any one of us could have predicted 2 years ago. Show your hand if you think that Russia was going to be asking North Korean troops to come in and fight alongside them in Eastern Europe. That is not on the bingo card that I had a couple of years ago. And so I think if we're trying to sit back and think about sanctions, the subordinate objectives really do become important. What are we trying to stop getting into North Korea? How are we trying to influence their decision making? And I think if we were to see sanctions as trying to control hard currency and Western goods that are going into North Korea, certainly sanctions can be effective about that. But we do know that North Korea is prepared to beggar its population in pursuit of its own ends, and now it has pressure release valves coming from China and Russia. And its needs are small and sustainable under evasion mechanisms, which is what differentiates North Korea sanctions from Iran sanctions, Russia sanctions, and other places. North Koreans have demonstrated over many, many years that they are prepared to operate on an incredibly small import budget, and import budget is what drives the hard currency needs. If all you need are 4 to 5 billion US dollars worth of hard currency in order to bring things in, that is achievable under sanctions evasion, that is achievable under scams, and as we're going to hear about in a few moments, it's attainable via cybercrime. And so from that perspective, sanctions are frankly too big. They are aiming at too big a set of targets to be able to get to the micro level evasion capacities that the North Korean government has demonstrated. Now, you could say that there are ways that you could still have a sanctions approach that reaches out and touches the North Korean leadership, even if there isn't a direct way of applying pressure via Russia and China. So the United States could apply pressure on Russia or China in order to put pressure on North Korea. And this is the secondary sanctions model that has been part of the Iran case for a number of years. As a technical, theoretical matter, it's been in place since 2019. When the Auto-Warmbier Act was passed by Congress. But again, I'll ask a show of hands, who has seen large Chinese banks being threatened by US sanctions over North Korea, right? It's just not a thing that we have really seen as being a core feature of the sanctions implementation campaign. And I think that's in part because the commitment of resources required to put pressure on Chinese, Russian, or other foreign banks over North Korea are considerable. And again, you're trying to aim at a very small subset of targets. On top of which, you're dealing with the North Korean government that at this point has gotten much more proficient at smuggling and evasion routes. I would argue that looking forward, that secondary sanctions value still exists in theory and in potentia, but also would be very difficult to apply for a Trump administration that's going to be looking to intensify pressure on Iran, is still dealing with Venezuela, and has serious unopened questions about how it's going to respond on Russia. So, to me, what this means in terms of sanctions value is it probably means that sanctions emerge most useful as part of a restructured diplomatic strategy that combines pressure with renewed offer that's going to have to permit North Korea to retain its power over the population, not give up nuclear weapons in the first instance, and gain access to Western goods and technology. I think still worse, to be useful, the volume of sanctions relief on offer would have to exceed that which the North Koreans are able to acquire via smuggling networks. Because they have to be able to demonstrate to Kim Jong-un, I can make you happier than what you can already achieve as a result of your smuggling and still retaining nuclear weapons and still retaining control. Frankly, I'm not convinced that such a trade-off is plausible or wise. And if I were advising the Trump administration, I don't think I'd be saying, I think it's a good idea for you to offer significant sanctions relief in exchange for something that would be so de minimis. So to me, I think the more plausible approach, but also one that takes into account our broader interests, would be to prioritize a sanctions regime that's based still on containment, trying to limit how much the North Koreans are able to operate and what they're able to do and what resources they're able to acquire, with an offer to talk on arms control and risk reduction options that are available. So it wouldn't be leveraging sanctions in the first instance. We wouldn't be offering to make Kim Jong-un, fabulously, wealthy, as I believe the former and future president indicated with some of his slideshows. But instead, we would be trying to indicate that we can see a path forward to reduce tensions, reduce risks, with maybe very, very limited amounts of sanctions relief that would give an indication of what potentially could come down the road, but certainly not in the first instance, especially because we don't think that denuclearization is going to be a near-term sort of option. I will say, and one point, and then I'll be quiet, that I wanted to respond to is some of the earlier comments about the Trump factor and whether or not he would be inclined to focus on this issue and how the previous experience shined through. Personally, I'm not convinced that the president rejected a deal with North Korea back in his first term because he didn't like the mixture of sanctions and offers. I think, frankly, it was an objection that came from the system, including from National Security Advisor John Bolton, who was absolutely opposed to the idea of doing a deal with North Korea that offered sanctions relief without deeply considerable changes to the North Korean structure of government and on nuclear issues. John Bolton will not be part of this administration. Right?
Can you promise?
I feel pretty good about that one. Marco Rubio, on the other hand, is much more, I think, a more traditional kind of Republican hawk on some of these issues. So maybe he shares some of the same views. But the system's objections to a deal with North Korea that exists in the past may not exist this time. So I think with many of our comments up here, I think one thing that we all just need to keep in mind is would Donald Trump be prepared to sign a deal that is a one-page sheet of paper that says North Korea agrees that eventually it will give up nuclear weapons in exchange for removal of sanctions? Yes, I think that is a plausible thing that the president could agree to. Whether or not that would survive contact with Congress, whether or not that would survive contact with the administration, the bureaucracy, is an entirely separate set of questions. But it is the factor I think we need to bear in mind, especially from someone who is looking at a lame duck term of office. He's not going to be president again in a few years under the Constitution as currently written. And so that does have some limitations as to his desire to make his mark on some of these issues. I'll stop there.
Thank you, Richard. Again, let me take 5 more minutes for the speakers to make further comments. To play devil's advocate, Richard, I don't think you mentioned MSMT in your presentation, and but from what I heard, I think you're not that excited about the launch of MSMT. Did I misread your mind?
Well, I don't want to cast cold water on the idea and the ambition that's there, but I think, as you said, the part of the problem is that the operation is an agreement of the agreed, right, to be able to implement into modern implementation. I think there are lots of resources that can be applied, lots of engagement can be applied, but the critical issue, as you pointed to, actually, was the need to engage the third-party governments that are out there that can allow money to go through, and that is the difference between a UN-mandated set of requirements as opposed to something that's implementing obligations that are there. Now, I take the point that there are still UN obligations that are present in the resolutions, and those remain extant. But I think the difference between a voluntary collection of like-minded states engaging on this issue and a UN panel is real. And my experience from like-minded engagements on Iran in particular is that they can have value, but the value comes with a sense of risk and consequence if you don't comply. And that's what I don't see right now on the North Korean side. That you know, do they see that failure to comply with UN obligations to get you named and shamed in a UN report that is going to have significant consequences for your economy, your banking sector, your reputation, and similar? I don't. And so it is less that I don't think much of the idea. I think the idea has a lot of merit, and it's the best that we can do. I just don't think that we should be, we should not look at those particular countries as making up for the pressure release valve that exists in Russia and China. If Russia and China are not part of the mix, to me, is a lot harder to make sanctions work with respect to North Korea than it is in other places.
Michael, as a presumably very strong advocate of MSMT, what would be your response?
No, I totally agree with this. Like MSMT is not always the perfect solution, especially this how to call for the assistance from other countries. Like again, not every country is happy to be seen as the supporting one side. Now, especially now, Russia and China is with them, with North Korea. So and then. But at the same time, we should use it. We should face the reality, how we can, keep up with, uphold the UN sanctions efficacy is a challenge. So it's not only the mechanism, the only solution that I think all the member states also agree. So, and all the effort, like think tanks, like your effort, everything was used to throw everything but kitchen sink,
Thank you. Let me move on to the final panel today, which will be focused on North Korea's cyber threats. Our first speaker is Jenny Jun, an assistant professor in the Samnon School of the International Affairs at Georgia Institute of Technology. She also serves as a non-resident fellow on the Cyber AI project at Georgetown University's Center for Security and Emerging Technology. Last but not least, Sojung Kim is a senior research fellow of the Institute for National Security Strategy, where she leads the emerging security team. She's also an adjunctive research fellow of the Center for Strategic and International Studies and serves as an advisor in the science and technology field of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and as an advisor to the Korea-US Cybersecurity Working Group. With that, Jenny.
And thanks, Yano, and thanks everyone for being here. I wanted to lead with why North Korea's cyber operations was so important to the overall U.S. Sanctions policy against North Korea, but I was afraid that I may not have enough time in the 10 minutes that I have, so I really appreciate Richard leading with this overview and the history of U.S. policy on North Korea. So think about this as sort of a Russian doll and then North Korean cyber portion sitting sort of in the middle of that larger context. So the U.S. government thinks about North Korea's cybercrime really seriously, and it regards it very important. So just to give you a sort of a rough stats, the White House assesses that at least half of North Korea's missile program is now funded by North Korea's cybercrime. And so now we've reached the point where people working on North Korea have to get smart on cyber. This is such a big portion of how North Korea funds its regime, and especially its weapons program, that we can no longer treat it as petty crime or a marginal issue or just a technical issue. So this is now a mainstream issue. Just to give you another statistic, 1/3 of all cryptocurrency heists in 2023 was perpetrated by North Korea. So this is a huge amount. So North Korea has made an enterprise out of stealing cryptocurrencies, among other ways to generate currency through cyber means. But this is a really important and significant issue. So hopefully even if you're not necessarily aware of cyber operations or capabilities, this can hopefully give you some context as to why it's so important. So the U.S. government, has done a couple things over the past sort of 3 or 4 years after taking this sort of seriously into their own hands. So first, the obvious one is more sanctions designations of individual cryptocurrency wallets that they were able to identify, individuals, organizations that handle money laundering from the North Korean side and their related organizations, and also some of the more obscure but important things like cryptocurrency mixers. These are sort of decentralized contracts that the North Koreans use to launder their crypto assets. So various mix of things have been designated by the U.S. and then Sojung can probably elaborate on this a little more, but because of U.S. and South Korean cyber cooperation in the past 2 years, there has been sort of a ping pong of U.S. designates certain entities and then South Korea also designates the same entities and vice versa. So there has been some bilateral collaboration on sanctions designations. And then there are indictments that the U.S. government does. So there have been indictments on North Korean hackers that they were able to identify. There have been also indictments against money laundering intermediaries working, out of third-party states. Also, there have been direct freezing and seizure of crypto assets in collaboration with foreign governments. Also, there has been efforts to get crypto exchanges to adopt anti-money laundering rules and CFT rules, and then also know your customer rules. With limited success, but there have been a lot of efforts during the Biden administration to get this going. And finally, where appropriate, the goal has been to sort of raise public awareness on the issue. So especially on the issue of illicit North Korean IT workers. This has been important because a lot of companies were unaware that they were inadvertently hiring North Korean IT workers under false pretenses. And so this is a problem because A, you're giving money to the North Korean regime, and this probably goes to the weapons program and whatnot, and is a sanctions violation. But they are getting jobs at these companies, especially like crypto-related companies, so that they can establish a foothold and then introduce viruses and things like that into those companies for further exploitation. So the U.S. government has done, a variety of actions in the space, and the overall goal, because as Richard mentions, of many limitations on what you can do in terms of secondary sanctions on Chinese banks and so on, the goal has been to sort of intervene in the intermediary steps after the point of a hack, until the point where that money ends up in a Chinese-controlled bank account. And so, a lot has been done, but sort of as to how effective these measures are, it's been a sort of a mixed bag and then sort of a different sort of question. So, sanctions have, in my mind, these sort of sanctions designations have a relatively limited effect on actually blocking North Korea's chain of crypto money laundering processes. So, there are some success stories. So, for example, some money in known Bitcoin or Ethereum wallet addresses remain untouched to this day, and they know and they are staying there because they know that this is being tracked and it's hard to move that money elsewhere. But plenty of others easily get rerouted into newly created wallets, into exchanges that are already sanctioned, but don't really care about stopping these transactions. And so there are plenty of ways to get around sanctions designations. Direct seizures have been effective where it can be done, but the sheer amount of money that can be recovered through direct seizures have also been limited. So, for example, there was a big crypto heist back in 2022 where North Koreans hacked a gaming platform and stole $600 million worth of cryptocurrencies. They were only able to seize maybe about $30 million of that. So I would say it's a big success, but still not enough to entirely curb North Korea's cybercrime enterprise. And sort of looking ahead into the next administration, obviously there's a lot of uncertainty, but I also think there's opportunity to do some policy making in this area and nudge the administration along in a certain direction. So, everyone, not everyone, but probably many people know that the next administration will be a very crypto-friendly government. But this can go either way, right? So on a sort of a bad case scenario is that this will lead to massive deregulation of the crypto industry, meaning that there will be no clear rules of the road and sort of back to a situation 5 or 6 years ago when the industry was thriving, but there were really no clear rules. That's sort of the bad case scenario. And then the other corollary to that is limitations on what individual agencies can do and what authorities they can extend to the crypto space. So, for example, there was a big controversy a couple of years ago over the designation of a crypto mixer called Tornado Cash as sanctioned, and there was a legal battle over whether DOJ even has even the authority to DOJ and Treasury to actually designate this as an entity, because this is a decentralized protocol. It's basically a couple lines of code, right? So how do you sanction this necessarily, and do their authority extend to this kind of space? So eventually they won the legal case, but these are the gray areas that could come into question as to whether individual agencies will even have authorities to venture into this kind of space. The good scenario is that the crypto friendliness of the next administration will actually increase interest in securing crypto assets. And remember that I mentioned at the beginning of my talk that a third of crypto heists are perpetrated by North Korea, and there is an interest in the crypto industry to secure their assets. And so it's a matter of how we spin the debate, right? So if we spin this narrative in terms of this is a security issue, this works in favor of the crypto industry, that we do have some clear rules of the road, that there needs to be some regulation, you just need regulatory clarity, and plus this is good for the security of your products and services, then we may actually, also have a way forward. So I'll stop there, but really looking forward to the discussion. Thanks.
Thank you, Jenny. I think there is a kind of a running joke in Washington, at least, that if you're hacked by North Korea, you become a certified North Korea expert.
It's like a Girl Scout badge. Yeah.
Yeah, but that's the only thing I can think about the positive aspect of North Korea's cyber threat. But with that, let me ask Dr. Kim.
Yes, I got Girl Scout badges for that, so I'm qualified to talk about this. And thank you very much. And I'm Sojong Kim from the INSS, and I'm usually dealing with the cybersecurity issues. It has been more than 20 years for me to dealing with the cybersecurity issues, but these years and the last year, that was my first time to talk about the international relations experts, talk about the DPRK's the cyber activities with the IR experts. Because previously we only think that the DPRK cyber malicious activities only deals with the Korean governments, and then it can be a domestic issues. But these days they are doing very actively. So in here and there, and even in Europe, everybody wanted to know about what's going on and what has been done by the Korean governments to respond to DPRK's cyber threats. So it's great pleasure for me to explain what we've been doing. But frankly speaking, that there's some kind of information gaps. So I prepared some part of my remarks on the how the South Korean government has been doing on dealing with the North Korean cyber threats, and the second part is about our newly published the National Cybersecurity Strategies, which sees some threat actors and some threat actions. So I want to talk a little bit about that one, and then finally I will put my thoughts on some considerations on these issues. So we'll talk about the first part, the South Koreans' response to North Korean cybersecurity threats. So the information security white paper on information security, which we published more than 20 years. Since the 2002, the Korean governments, including the Intel, DoD, and ICT, and Foreign Affairs, they are all together published the information, the white paper on information security, and they said the malware will be persistently spread out not only via email but also through the personalized channels like social media. So of noteworthy concern is the increasingly odious behavior of cybercriminal organizations, publicly showcasing their offensive activities on social media platforms. So consequently, there is a growing need to address the potential risks associated with the non-state and non-organized actors perpetrating cyber incidents. So threat of spear phishing attacks to export the corporate information, and security threat from transitions to cloud services, and threats from exploiting interactive AI services. And also we see some difficulties on dealing with the targeted supply chain attacks exploiting software vulnerabilities, and escalating security risk of mobile devices, and service disruptions from national disasters or systemic malfunctioning kind of. So in public, the Korean cybersecurity efforts began in early 1980s when the government first began to actively promote informatizations of the economy, government, and society. So South Korea has been subject to various forms of cyber attack from North Korea since the early 2000s and has accumulated diverse policies and technological experiences to counter them. So in public, officially, we firstly see the public documents on the countering responses from the North Korean cyber attack was published in 2009. And after the 2009, 11, 13, 15, we've got serious cyber attacks in between those areas in years, and then we published a lot of police documents in that. But those documents usually deal with the responses and preparedness, not about the recovery things, so resilience things. So it was a little bit different from what we see right now. And then regarding the virtual cryptocurrency theft, actually, these issues about the DPR case and the cryptocurrency theft, the public interest was started by the panel of experts report in 22. The think tank in here, the CNES, and the panel of experts published that maybe 30 or 40% of their the supporting for the missile program in DPRK is supported by the cryptocurrency theft. So after that, the 2002, after that the US RK summit, and after in 2023 the summit again, and then the August. After that, the whole summits or the high level talking about the DPRK cryptocurrency theft, and then how we can react with that. So as Johnny explained, we did a lot of things since the 2022 RK US summit. So we established the cyber working group on the DPRK cryptocurrency issues, and then especially the two issues. The first one is the IT overseas workers. They are working very generously and diligently, and then making some kind of vulnerability and making some kind of zombie PCs to future penetrations, exploitations, and then they got some economic benefits for their salary, and also the supporting the political reasons in DPRK. But even in US, there's some big companies are hiring the IT overseas workers without any understanding or recognizing of their identifications. So they disguise their IDs as a ordinary US citizens, or even they paid some rent fees to the ordinary US households to borrow the Wi-Fi services, disguising their IDs. So those are kind of informations were revealed by the cooperations with the RK and US Joint Working Force task forces on the DPRK cyber cryptocurrencies. So those kind of in those perspectives, the cooperations between the RK and US was so successful in that way. And also, secondly, regarding the cryptocurrency issues, they also got successes, half, not just half, but very little. But after the cooperations and successful releases, we see that the whole cash out processes is moved from the Western countries or the like-minded countries, service platforms, to the Russians or Chinese or some other gray areas. We can not follow up very easily. So that is current situations right now. So how we can solve that problem in the futures with the new administrations will be very difficult questions for us. So if the new administration sees the cryptocurrency theft as just a criminal activities, then they will not gonna put a lot of efforts on cursing the activities. But if they see still that as the national security issues with the missile program, then they were gonna put a lot of more efforts, but still there will be a lot of support from the private sectors. So if we put more private sectors actions and efforts from the US side, then the Korean government should think of how we can react that one. So in general, the Koreans, the government side has led the efforts to deter the DPRK cryptocurrency theft. But what if the US and new administration wanted more efforts from the private sector and private understanding over the corporations? Then the Korean government should have some answers for those kind of questions. And secondly, I want to talk a little bit about the new national cybersecurity strategies. I think I have 1 or 2 more minutes. So the new cybersecurity strategy, the Korean government published our public available national cybersecurity in 2019 for the first time. Before that, we had the national cybersecurity strategy, but it is not public. And then we just reviewed the national cybersecurity strategies in 2024. And the differences from the 2019 versions and 2024 version is that explicitly saying that we are having troubles from the DPRKs. I mean, the 2019 versions, we didn't say anything about the DPRK as our threat actors. But in 24 versions, we definitely saying that the DPRK is our main threat actors in cyberspaces. So it can have some kind of diplomatic or political reasons not to say about that one, but definitely this administrations, UN administrations has wanted to be sure about that one. And also it puts that as our national threat for the political influences from other countries. So it was our first time to saying it publicly. So we will see what can be done in the next. And secondly, the National Cybersecurity Strategy is still thinking of the deterrence of the DPRK's malicious activities, how we can make it impossible for them to do the bad things, and how we can deter them to not to do the bad things. So in that regard, the Korean government is saying that we will have more cooperations with more information sharing and more collaborations with our like-minded countries, and they were gonna public saying that we will contribute more to the world orders with the values which we shared together. So those kind of things can be two distinct characteristics of the new national cybersecurity strategies. And finally, maybe I can put a little bit more about that. If we see that our two countries' efforts are successful enough, and what can be the next, and then especially when the Russian DPRK has a new treaty in June, and then they are not just saying the traditional way of cooperations and alliances between two countries, and it also applies in the cyberspaces too. So in our 22 summit statement between the RK and US, the RK publicly support the future of the internet, which the US government tried to have. And vice versa, the new treaty with the Russian DPRK also said that the DPRK was going to support of the code of conduct on cybersecurity norm in UN. So in that way, they are competing itself. So in that perspective, what if the IT workers overseas are publicly or not directly or not indirectly working with the Russian troops in Ukraine cyberspace kind of? So what can be the cost and the benefits or effects of that? So we are still thinking of that one, and that can be our considerations or concerns. I'll stop here. Thank you.
Thank you, Sojung. Before I open it up for Q&A, let me ask Sojung and Jenny to briefly discuss for 2 minutes about the potential role to be played by China in cracking down on North Korea's illicit cyber activities. Do we have any?
Yeah, I can begin. For the past 10 plus years, they have turned a blind eye, more or less, to North Korea's cyber operations, and I guess we can even go back even further back, because North Korea has a long history of illicit networks and illicit trade before cyber existed, and even then, the Chinese government and Chinese banks also turned a blind eye. So, there is little to suggest that will change necessarily going into the future, unless there is some big exogenous shocks that is sort of out of our bingo card. Yeah.
I want to be optimistic, but I'm not optimistic in here. So maybe I can give you some one examples. So in 2014, when the US has the Sony hackings from the DPRK, also at the same time, the Koreans had the cyber attack onto our nuclear power plants from the DPRK, and we realized that we found that the DPRK exploiting the Chinese infrastructures to attack the South Korea, and the South Korea government wanted to ask for the Chinese to stop them, but we didn't get any answers from them. So I don't think those kind of tendencies dramatically changed since then. So I'm not optimistic here.
Okay, thank you. Let me take some questions from the floor. Maybe over here. Mike?
Maybe we can use that.
Oh, yeah.
Hi, thank you to our panel speakers for the insightful talks today. My question, first my name is Sheila Kang and I'm a North Korean human rights activist. And my question is directed either for Michael or Richard. We spoke about the multilateral efforts that are taking place to monitor North Korea's kind of evasion of sanctions. And the recurring names that come up are always China and Russia. And my observation is that these conversations that take place about this seem to be more focused on North Korea in terms of either trying to deter them from evading sanctions or convince them not to, prevent it. I wonder if the direction of the focus is not misplaced and whether what your thoughts are about redirecting that focus to the UN. As we know, states like China and Russia not only enable, they're complicit in these acts as well, not only in terms of sanctions but also human rights.
Can you make it brief?
Oh, I'm sorry, yes.
Please ask a
So what are your thoughts on directing that focus in terms of trying to change North Korea's behavior and refocus it to the UN to maybe keep their party members more accountable in not being complicit in those acts? Thank you.
Again, I'm very direct, so I'll be very direct. I think the problem with the UN structure is that 2 out of the 5 permanent members who have a veto over legally binding obligations would be in a position to say no and veto something that's legally obligatory. I think that to some extent minimizes the value of the General Assembly. I think there is value in the General Assembly. I don't want to imply that there isn't. If you have 175 members of the General Assembly that are all voting in favor of something, and one of the veto-holding permanent members is on the outside, that has political power. It certainly does, and I think we've seen this in other contexts, whether we're talking about the Middle East and Palestinian rights or something similar. But that really does mean, at the end of the day, you need to have that pressure translate into action by states. And I'm not convinced that China or Russia would take any kind of criticism coming from the General Assembly as a force on them to do something different. As opposed to the other permanent members of the Security Council of the United States, France, and the UK, if you have the General Assembly criticize them, there are going to be voices inside the United States, France, and the UK that are going to say, you need to take the General Assembly seriously. I don't think those voices would last long in China or in Russia. So I'm skeptical, candidly, about the practical value, but I absolutely see rhetorical value. I see political pressure value. I see, especially for China that wants to be a leader of the global community, I see there is political value and symbolic value there. But I don't think that we should expect that to translate in action if the Chinese government and if the Russian government don't want to take action.
Let me add something. I agree with Richard, but at the same time, I agree with your perspective that turn the table, so you should not only just deter the North Korea, but deter other countries who is supporting North Korea using UN institutional credibility. I love your argument, and then as Richard said, there's a huge gap between the legal binding power between the UN Security Council resolution under UN Charter, while the GA General Assembly's mechanism is more like moral power, totally rely on the institutional credibility. So yes, I agree with Richard that this moment, that type of mechanism has limited power to pressure the Russia and China, unfortunately. However, in my experience, number one, still there's a lot of room. That's not these who are exploited by North Korea, especially like cyber actors, are not only China and North Korea, but China and Russia, but say a couple of Asian country, African country, they are constantly used or assisting, support, or turning blind eyes. And these countries, like with the pressure of based on the UN credibility, could also, you know, put fill the gap or fill the holes that not maybe significant hole made by Russia and China, but still there's so many things we can do using the UN under UN, including the human rights issues. That's another issue, but again, like because if the mechanism can be General Assembly, they have more room than just bind by the limitation of the Security Council resolution that doesn't cover human rights, for example. But if UN body on the whole, they can do more to address human rights issue too.
Thank you. Let me take a question from students. Any students in the room?
Student right here. You got one?
Yeah, please. I also have a question for Richard. Can you identify yourself?
I am John Lee. I'm a student at Elliot School, and I have a question for you. You talked about the limitation of the sanctions, and then you gave a little bit of a positive opinion on the perspective of North Korea possibly denuclearizing and negotiating on that fact. And I feel like those two things are a little disconnected because in North Korea perspective, or Kim Jong-un's perspective, negotiating on denuclearization in return of reducing sanctions against them. I don't know what, I want to know more reasoning on why you think that is a possibility that Kim Jong-un might prefer.
Yeah, just to be clear, I don't think that denuclearization in exchange for sanctions relief is plausible right now. What I was trying to suggest is that risk reduction, though, and arms control measures could be part of it. So what do I mean by that? In the U.S. Soviet and then eventually U.S. Russian engagements that took place in the 80s and 90s, there were steps taken to reduce the possibility of accidental launches. There was discussions about ways in which you can deconflict reports. The famous hotlines that were established in the 1960s, for instance, so that way a crisis doesn't become a nuclear catastrophe. Things like that reduce risk. Those to me seem more plausible. You could have limitations on the ranges of missiles that are going to be employed, or at least have a limited number of them. I mean, there are things that you could do that could at least reduce the risk of an accidental launch and reduce the risk of an accidental conflict that would not themselves involve denuclearization as a first step. It's my opinion that using sanctions right now to get to denuclearization, which I think has been the dream for a number of years, that just strikes me as implausible, at least given normal expectations about what we would require for verification, right? Because again, just as a brief example, these guys can of course speak to this too, but, the idea that you're going to get the North Koreans to declare their entire nuclear arsenal and allow international inspectors to make sure that's all of it is pretty implausible. So it would be very hard to imagine a deal in which I'd have comfort giving massive sanctions relief for a denuclearization I don't trust. The North Koreans don't expect us to do real sanctions relief. They expect sanctions to remain in place, either because of human rights or other issues. So to me, the most plausible first step is something much smaller, maybe a very limited amount of sanctions relief for something that isn't denuclearization, but is a lot more about risk reduction. I hope that helps.
Okay, let me take one last question. We have only 2 minutes left. Yes.
All right, hi, my name is Lake Dodson with the National Interest. Richard, I'm sorry, I have another question directed towards you, but also I want to hear from the other panelists as well on the question. So please correct me if I'm wrong, but you recommended a strategy of containment towards North Korea still. I was just, I was curious, and I had a question based on containment versus engagement. When North Korea traded nuclear material with Pakistan from the 90s to the early 2000s, the long-standing support from Russia to support the nuclear program, even more so now, of course, with the comprehensive cooperation agreement between the both. As we touched on before, cybercrime to increase the funds that North Korea has. is containment still feasible when it's pretty clear that North Korea will just go outside of places where the United States doesn't have as strong of a pull? And why so is containment still more attractive now than engagement would be?
Well, I guess I would say I don't think that containment doesn't mean you can't have engagement, right? Engagement just simply means that you're able to meet and talk about trying to find paths forward. This is what I was just saying. You could find risk reduction strategies that you can implement. It's more of a question of what the sanctions are intended to achieve. You know, I think right now the intention of the sanctions is to achieve denuclearization or a deal to get to denuclearization. That just strikes me as implausible. So if we set our eyes downward a little bit and we limit our expectations for what sanctions can do to say, North Korea won't be able to obtain as many Western goods to support its military program. North Korea won't be able to expand its influence as much. North Korea will find it difficult to build out some of the capabilities they might otherwise have. To me, again, this is a damage limitation exercise, and that's where I think that there is some value. But I don't think that presupposes you can't engage. It's just more of setting your sights properly, in my opinion, as to what value sanctions bring to that conversation. But again, I don't know if colleagues here have different views.
Any other comments?
Just very quickly, I think that's why I think for a little while ago during the Bush years Victor Cha used the word congagement.
Yeah, yeah.
It's kind of like a dual track, but I think the big question for Japan and South Korea, South Korean folks, correct me if I'm wrong, the big challenge, like a psychological hurdle to start really talking about go smaller risk reduction measures as a first step toward eventual denuclearization is that sometimes these first steps of nuclear risk reduction can be construed as, okay, we've totally given up on a complete denuclearization. I think that is where the challenge has been.
Can I just
Yes.
add one point? Right. So the key thing is there. How do you do that? And I completely agree with you, Richard, on risk reduction measures. But how do you do it without legitimizing North Korea's nuclear weapons program? Right. North Korea looks at India and says, "Oh, yeah, that's my model. I'll just stick around for 20 years until they finally get tired of all of this and lift sanctions," because there are other geostrategic reasons for that. The key issue there is alliance solidarity, right? So that some of these, I completely agree that risk reduction measures are absolutely important, but you have to do it in a very nuanced way that our allies still feel like, and we still have that ultimate objective, bring all the nuclear weapons down, get rid of them ultimately, but you know, that we haven't, as you put it, given up the ghost.
Sharon has been writing down her answers, so I'm happy that she had enough time to respond to the questions. With that, let me conclude this session. Thank you very much.
Policy research at the Korea Institute for National Unification, the Ministry of Unification's think tank. He has served in a variety of advisory capacities for the South Korean government, and he will be talking to us a little bit about the ROK's policies regarding information access in North Korean human rights, in particular under the Yoon Suk-yeol administration. Our second speaker for today is probably familiar to many of you, and it's nice to welcome you back to GWIX, is former U.S. Special Envoy for North Korean Human Rights, Bob King. Ambassador King served as the U.S. Special Envoy for North Korean Human Rights during the Obama administration and afterwards, and he has been a tireless advocate for North Korean human rights over the years. Finally, and not least, we have a reporter from Radio Free Asia, Kim So-young, here to join this group to talk about Radio Free Asia's role in promoting North Koreans' access to information. She has worked for many years as a reporter at Radio Free Asia and has also reported on many different topics. Before Radio Free Asia, she previously worked for the Korea Times in New York, and has also done, as part of Radio Free Asia, studied North Koreans' news consumption patterns. All right, so let me turn it over to Director Chung first.
Ladies and gentlemen, I am Sung Yun Jung from South Korea and the Korea Institute for Unification, National Unification. Last session is good news for us, but first speaker is not good news to me, but I will try. And I'd like to thank the organizers of the Global Korean Forum and George Washington University for hosting this important event. I'm honored to be here with so many committed to advancing human rights in North Korea. Today, I would like to address two critical issues in 10 minutes. Human rights and access to information for the people of North Korea. The people of South Korea, regardless of political stance and some kind of dispute, but we have long supported the improvement of human rights in North Korea. Opinion polls currently confirm this shared commitment. And over the past decade, around 90% of South Koreans have viewed North Korea's human rights situation as very severe. In the past 2 years, approximately 70% have supported the government efforts to improve it. For over 30 years, South Korea's unification official policy, known as the National Community Unification Formula, has upheld universal values such as freedom and human dignity and so on. This policy envisions a unified Korea where democracy, welfare, and respect for human rights prevail. The Yoon Suk-yeol administration is the first in the South Korea's history to make North Korea human rights a key priority in not only its North Korea policy, but also in unification doctrine. In his recent address, President Yoon emphasized that unification must extend universal values like freedom and human rights. The doctrine introduced 3 months ago reinforces this purpose with a focus on ensuring and expanding the rights of North Koreans. Recent situation on the Korean Peninsula formed the backdrop for our government announcement of the doctrine, as well as a countermeasure to North Korea's regressive stance. As you know, Kim Jong-un regime redefined the inter-Korean relations as a hostile state-to-state conflict, as well as a state of war 11 months ago, asserting its willingness to possibly unify Korea through nuclear strikes. This stance outright denies the 1991 Inter-Korean Basic Agreement, in which both sides acknowledged their relationship as not merely between two states, but as a unique bond within single ethnic community. Despite historical ups and downs, the Korean people have lived as a single ethnic group on the Korean Peninsula for almost 2,000 years. Therefore, South and North Korea are not strangers to each other and must ultimately unify. Kim Jong-un, however, had disregarded this historical inability to maintain its dictatorial regime, threatening South Koreans with nuclear weapons. This hostile two-state stance is anti-national, anti-unification, and anti-human right, therefore anti-peaceful. Another critical issue is access to information, as you know well. In recent years, North Korea regime has tightened its grip on information flow domestically, strengthening legal framework to punish those who seek and share outside information. The regime fears maybe foreign information as an important threat to its dictatorial system. Access to information is a fundamental human right, I guess. It is also key to promoting peaceful unification based on the principle of self-determination. To improve access, we need international cooperation, financial support for civil society efforts, and innovative methods to deliver information using advanced technology, I believe. And what kind of information should we provide to North? It must help North Koreans recognize their lack of freedom and the widespread discrimination in their society, including inequality based on geography, class, gender, and disability. We must also inform them of their rights, such as freedom to form some kind of unions and hold elections and establish political parties. Finally, improving human rights and access to information in North Korea is closely linked to South Korea's security matter. North Korean human rights and humanitarian issues are included among the 6 key objectives outlined in the National Security Strategy officially announced by the South Korean government last year. In views violation of fundamental values, freedom, human rights, and the rule of law as key security challenges to us, to region, to world. North Korea's drive for nuclear weapons has come, at the expense of its people's welfare, drive the country into economic collapse and isolation, like a gambler doubling down on a losing hand. The regime sacrifices its people to maintain its grip on power. The regime depends on political violence, I believe, trampling on human rights, and tightening information control to maintain its hold on authority. Without change within North Korea, a unified and peaceful Korean Peninsula will remain out of reach, I'm sure. Therefore, human rights, information access, and unification are interconnected issues that directly impact Korean Peninsula security. The Korean government and its people are working together with the international community to achieve its important dream. In this effort, the meeting of South Korea and the US and Japan, the leaders 5-day meeting South 5 days ago is very meaningful. As they agreed to work together on human rights, democracy, and prosperity in the region, and responding to North Korea's nuclear threat. I'm confident that one day, when the Korean Peninsula is peacefully unified, the people of North Korea will deeply appreciate these efforts, and to everyone here, thank you.
Thank you very much, Director Chong. We're going to turn it over to Ambassador King now. Thank you.
It's a pleasure to be here with, do I have to do anything to turn the mic on?
Closer to your mouth.
Okay. Oh, now you can hear me, I hope. pleasure to be with you today. I'm grateful for the opportunity to talk about some of the issues with regard to North Korea human rights. They're issues that are important. They're issues that frequently get ignored. And so I think it's important that we're taking them up and we're talking about some of these issues. The British author Charles Dickens began his novel A Tale of Two Cities. The novel, as you know, is set in France and in Britain during the era of the French Revolution. And it begins with these words: "It was the best of times, it was the worst of times." And that probably can be accurately applied to North Korea today. Some things are going very well, other things are problematic. And let's talk about some of the best things going on, the best of times, and some of the worst things that are taking place. With regard to things that are probably increasing happiness in Pyongyang, North Korea is providing materiel and troops to aid Russia in its fight in Ukraine. Russia's purchasing significant military equipment from the North, guns, ammunition, other equipment, and there are reportedly now somewhere around 11,000 troops from North Korea fighting in Ukraine. There are also talk about that number being significantly increased. From the point of view of the North Koreans, this gives them some credibility internationally. But it also puts them in a situation where they're moving beyond the normal narrow focus on the Korean Peninsula. North Korea has focused on the Korean Peninsula in the past, and now they're in a very different situation. It gives them credibility, at least the way they think, and it's giving them an opportunity to develop a better relationship with Russia. The Russians are certainly looking to take advantage of the North Koreans as they run into increasing difficulties in Ukraine. Second issue, international sanctions against North Korea have been significantly eased because of the actions of Russia and China in the last few years. Because Russia needs and wants additional military equipment, which the North Koreans are happy to supply, they've been very cooperative in the United Nations in terms of bringing an end to the Security Council sanctions against North Korea. And this has been something that particularly helpful for the North Koreans from the point of view of what they're trying to do. North Korea has also significantly tightened its borders to control people entering and leaving North Korea. 5 years ago, we were talking about more than 1,000 North Koreans leaving North Korea and finding their way to South Korea. This year, we're looking towards hopefully more than 200. But the change over time has been very significant. This is probably because of COVID. The North Koreans were forced to take very stringent action to control access in and out of North Korea because of their lack of health care in terms of dealing with the COVID pandemic. But at the same time, it's made it much more difficult on North Koreans who may want to leave, who may want to try. Now, closing the border and handling the other issues that we've talked about are seen by the North Koreans as the best of times. But there are also potential problems that could bring more difficulty to North Korea. One of the things that may create problems is that North Korea has begun a process of changing legally the relationship between North and South Korea. North Korea has formally identified South Korea as a hostile state. You've seen the actions that have occurred in the last couple of months in terms of North Korea destroying roads that in the past have been used to connect North and South Korea. They've also classified South Korea as a hostile state. One of the most symbolic actions they took was the destruction of the Grand Reunification Arch blowing up a piece of art that was of questionable artistic value may not be an important indication. Symbolically, however, that was a very important gesture. And the fact that the North Koreans are moving in that direction is not a particularly helpful indication of what's going on. One of the things that has also created problems for the North Koreans in the last couple of years is the increasing pressure on North Korea in the United Nations for progress on human rights. North Korea's human rights violations have been given considerable attention in the United Nations. This year alone, there have been 4 major activities involving the UN and calling attention to North Korean human rights violations. The UN Human Rights Council in the early spring in Geneva discussed the report of the Special Rapporteur on North Korea human rights. She enunciated a series of serious problems. This is the 10th anniversary of the 2014 special report that was put together on North Korea human rights, the most detailed and precise. And the fact that it's now 10 years was an occasion for calling attention to what goes on. The UN Human Rights Council has looked at calling for an additional report over the next year to go into more detail and see how the progress what progress has been made in terms of following up on the Commission of Inquiry report. In June, the UN Security Council in New York symbolically significantly, that's maybe not well phrased, but significant that South Korea was in the chair in the Security Council when the Security Council had a discussion of human rights in North Korea and how human right violations in North Korea are contributing to instability in the Korean area. It was an excellent presentation, and seeing the South Korean ambassador in the chair added a dollop of whipped cream on the action. October, the UN Human Rights Council conducted the Universal Periodic Review for North Korea. Universal Periodic Review is a UN process that looks at human rights conditions in every country that is a member of the UN. Everybody goes through that process. It takes about 5 years to complete a cycle. And so about every 5 years, every country goes through a review of its human rights record. October was the opportunity to discuss North Korea's human rights record. This is something that every country goes through. The United States goes through it. There are lots of countries that are quick to identify U.S. problems. One of my favorite stories from the time that I was the special envoy was that the American ambassador to the UN Human Rights Council was a Native American. He was an attorney, well known, but he was an Indian, an American Indian. And one of the things that always comes up when the United States human rights record is looked at is how awful the United States has been to Native Americans. It's true. We have not done a good job. And we are beginning to make some progress in terms of improving the situation. But having a Native American as the U.S. ambassador highlighted, in fact, that we're willing to recognize we've got to do some things about human rights ourselves. And so this process is something that everybody goes through. With North Korea, it's a more difficult process because North Korea has more serious problems. The North Koreans, of course, denounced it as an attack. The comments that were made were denounced, but nonetheless, it continued. The last event, major event, focusing on human rights in North Korea is October through December. On October 30th or 31st this year, The special rapporteur appointed by the UN Human Rights Council reported to the General Assembly on her concern with human rights conditions in North Korea. The General Assembly had a debate. The General Assembly does this in committees. There are various committees of the General Assembly. The third committee deals with human rights and other related issues, but every member of the General Assembly, every member of the UN is a member of that committee. So we're talking about a discussion of North Korean human rights in front of all 193 members of the UN. These four actions are indicative of the kind of thing that we've been doing in the UN to try to put pressure on North Korea. There are some who say, you know, it's not really worth it. We've been trying to do this now. We've had a special rapporteur for over 20 years. Are we seeing North Korea, you know, turning over completely? No. Should we give it up? Absolutely not. This is not a process. Americans are particularly bad about insisting on progress immediately. This is something that's going to take a while. This is an ingrained system that's been there for a long time. There are a lot of vested interests. We need to continue to press North Korea on its human rights record, and the United Nations has been a particularly fertile forum for doing that. And so what we need to do is to continue that process of pressing North Korea on its human rights record. When you compare North Korea with South Korea in the UN, it gives you a much better idea of how North Korea is viewed by the rest of the UN. North Korea and South Korea came into the United Nations at the same time, and I think it was 1991? Yeah, okay. Both countries were admitted at the same time. It was a package deal. What has happened in the meantime? There has been a Secretary General of the United Nations who is a former North Korean diplomat. North Korea has served 3 terms as a rotating member of the UN Security Council. Sitting on the Security Council is a big deal. You got these 4 lumps of countries that sort of insist that they're really important: the US, Britain, France, China, and which one am I missing? Russia. Yeah, we don't want to forget the Russians, although quite frankly, we'd be better off if we could. But so there are 10 seats, 2-year rotation. South Korea has been on the Security Council 3 times. North Korea has never been on the Security Council. North Korea has a few officials who are appointed to minor positions in the UN and positions that don't deal with human rights issues. South Korea has been one of the shining examples of what countries ought to do and how they ought to play an important role in the United Nations, because South Korea has done that and has done it very well. But these indications of what's going on, I think, emphasize that we need to continue to press North Korea on human rights, even if it's not happening tomorrow the way we'd like to see it. We have to keep the pressure on North Korea. They feel it, and it raises questions about their legitimacy as a nation concerned about the welfare of its people, but also as a nation that ought to be participating in the United Nations when they've got the record that they have in terms of human rights. In terms of, I've probably gone way over my time. Let me say thank you very much for your attention to these issues. This is an important issue that we need to focus on, and we need to continue our efforts. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. We're going to shift gears a little bit to talking more concretely about with hearing from Kim So-young, a reporter for Radio Free Asia, who is involved in raising awareness also inside North Korea about human rights issues.
And I understand that this forum started from 9 a.m. And then for anyone who's been sitting since then, I understand. So I'll make this presentation as simple and short as possible. Do you know the most common question asked in DC when you meet someone for the first time? So, what do you do, right? What do you do for a living? And then I go, oh, I'm a news reporter. And then, oh, cool. So the follow-up question is like, oh, which outlet do you work for? And then I'm kind of hesitating because I understand that most people maybe never heard of RFA, Radio Free Asia. And then I still decided to answer like, oh, Radio Free Asia. Oh, so what is it? So like I add my explanations like, oh, actually I'm making news reports and I'm broadcasting news to North Korea. And then some people think that I'm joking. And then you heard me right. So we are broadcasting news to North Korea for North Korean people. And then they always ask how, I mean, you might like, if you're not familiar with Radio Free Asia. So like our outlet stands for like by radio, because as you may know, North Korea is probably one of the only country that has zero access to internet. So radio is kind of the only way we can deliver news inside of North Korea. And then where, so how, so I can disclose the location, but we kind of set up this tower, like reception tower in third country. And then we kind of rent their tower. And then the North Koreans who have this kind of specific radio device, they can capture some of our shortwave and medium wave news. So they still need some special radio device. And then I don't know if like the students here who were born after 2000, you probably never seen radio. We used to listen to news and music from radio. And then, so honestly, that's, radio is very like, we had a chance to listen to the quality of the sound. It's very, it's not clear, of course, because it's not directly from North Korea. So it's like far, somewhere. And then, but that's the only way we can do anyways. It's like we are trying. And also, I don't know if you may ever heard of Voice of America, VOA. So that's another outlet, state media, broadcasting news to North Korea. The biggest difference is a little bit about Radio Free Asia. We were established by the U.S. Congress in 1996, and the Korean service started broadcasting to North Korea the next year, 1997. VOA we are more like independent NGO. So even though we are funded by the U.S. government, but we are more like independent organization. VOA, on the other hand, they are directly run by Department of State. So like the name stands for, they are representing the more like a U.S. government's perception. And then they have so many more language services. We are only broadcasting news to Asian countries, suppressive Asian countries, China, Cambodia, Laos, Uyghur, Tibet, North Korea, and then I don't remember the last one. And and then what content we are broadcasting to North Korea. We make not only news program like a daily news, but mostly focus on North Korea related. Like for example, like politics, economy inside of North Korea, or human rights, anything related to North Korea. Then also we kind of we make this feature programs that covers like culture. Even we are covering K-pop and K-drama, or like different language, because even though like we speak the same Korean, but like we've been separated for 70 years. So some terms and the way we speak is different. So it's not the exact same comparison, but like let's say British English, they still speak English, but they use different words for bathroom, right? They call it loo, you know? So it's kind of like that. And the North Koreans have their own terms and words. So and then we also have North Korean defector reporters in Seoul office. They have connection with some insider source, either in North Korea or the China in border area, and then they can kind of use their kind of a smuggled smartphone that they can have brief phone call, and then our defector reporters try to get as much information as possible from them, because there is no way that we can contact them directly. And oh, and then you also know that like Kim Jong-un tightened the blocking any outside information even more during COVID. And we actually, RFA broke this news a few years ago, you know, when the Squid Game was very popular on Netflix. Some teenagers in North Korea, they smuggled this content through USB drive. And then they kind of like this guy who smuggled that USB drive, they kind of circulate with other friends, and then they were caught. So some of them were sent to prison camp and are forced to work and then tortured, and then we are not 100% sure if that was true, but like some reports says that the person who actually smuggled the USB drive and distributed, he was executed, like very harsh punishment. So that's why like it's kind of like as a reporter who are trying to um, deliver the news inside North Korea, we know that if they are listening to us and then caught by the authority, they will face very harsh punishment. So it's kind of like we feel bad for that, but at the same time, we want more people to listen. It's kind of dilemma. I mean, just to myself. And you know, like the importance of sending information to North Korea. No one in this room expects that Kim Jong-un will change his policy and then all of a sudden allows people to access to, you know, outside information. No, because the more people know about what's going on outside, it's like a direct threat to Kim Jong-un's regime. So he definitely doesn't want. So the only we can do is we kind of want that more people in North Korea are aware of what their rights are, because I've met some North Korean defectors. And then the surprising thing is because we happen to be born in this like democratic society. So we just know that we kind of take for granted, like, oh, we can go anywhere if we want. We can watch anything we want, you know, even like until 3 a.m. I don't care, you know, like we can do whatever we want. But in North Korea, as soon as they were born, they just are brainwashed that like, oh, you can only watch this state media. If you watch something else, that's against the law, and then that's something you really like, something really bad you do, and then like you have to just, you know, take this punishment. And so we kind of want that people learn and realize that they deserve this basic human rights and any rights like anybody else in the world. And we hope that they kind of cause the insider reformation. Not sure when or how soon, or it will never happen. I can't answer to that, but hopefully more people just learn more like their own rights, and then learn what they are treated as not right. And I'm happy to have more discussion and then answer to questions.
Thank you very much. So I would like to turn to the three of you now, and you raised a couple of challenges. So one is that North Korea isolated itself from the rest of the world during COVID to an unprecedented degree. So I wonder, as we see North Korea opening up its borders a little bit, what are some priorities, do you think, especially for the information access flows? either US government policy, ROK government policy, or from Radio Free Asia's perspective. And then the second point that I'd like you to address a little bit is the role of the UN. We talked about it in session 2 as well, the challenge here being that Russia and China have veto power and are playing a not so constructive role. 10 years after the Commission of Inquiry, as Ambassador King mentioned, we remain aware of North Korean human rights, what to do about it. And I think our 2 final speakers will also address this a little bit more. But what do you see as ways forward through UN mechanisms or rays of hope in terms of North Korean human rights at the UN? Ambassador King, you already listed 4 events that took place this year, but I want to open it up to the other 2 speakers. And then as North Korea opens up from its self-imposed COVID closure, what are some priorities? So Director Chung, do you want to start? Do you want to start from South Korean?
I think I'm not majoring in that point, but I think that the approach to UN is very important to dismantle their security dilemma in Korean Peninsula, as well as the problem of North Korea human rights problem. But I want to talk about the ineffectiveness of the UN and about the nuke problem, as well as the peace settlement in Korean Peninsula. If Russia pay attention to the strategic role in Korean Peninsula, this strategic dilemma is going on. So it's Korean government well known about that matter. That's not.
Thank you. Ambassador King, do you want to add in, as we enter a Trump administration, what you see as policy priorities regarding North Koreans' information access?
My sense of the Trump administration is somewhat colored by the first 4 years. We had, during the time that I was there, I was special envoy for 7+ years during the Obama administration. When I stepped down because the administration's changed, there was first an immediate effort to eliminate the position. The new Secretary of State at that time got rid of that position as well as a number of others. They didn't have one at Exxon, so he didn't think we should have one at the State Department. But he was there for a year or 2 maybe before he was promptly dispatched. His successor did nothing on the issue. There was a vote by the Congress to reauthorize the North Korea Human Rights Act. Legislation is not passed forever. We could have real problems if we did that. It's passed for 4 or 5 years. And after 4 or 5 years, you look at the legislation again and say, is this still necessary? What do we need to change? How do we need to make it better? Well, the North Korea Human Rights Act was initially passed in 2004. It was reauthorized in 2009. It was reauthorized. The reauthorization that came next was the one where the Trump administration was in office. Nothing happened. Finally, Congress moved on its own, adopted the North Korea Human Rights Act in I don't remember the date. Anyway, Trump signed the bill and never appointed a special envoy. And now we're in a situation where the Biden administration appointed a special envoy. The North Korea Human Rights Act expired 2 years ago. We're hopeful that maybe there will be some progress. One thing that's encouraging is the current nominee for Secretary of State is the author of legislation in the Senate that would extend the North Korean Human Rights Act for another 4 or 5 years. So we can hope that there will be something that will happen. The one thing that I would want to emphasize is we should not become impatient. Because we've adopted a law, we shouldn't expect there to be an immediate change. What we need to do is act and look at it in the long term. We need to press North Korea on its human rights. We need to call attention to the abuses that continue to be committed. We need to continue that effort, and eventually we'll make progress. One thing, for example, the North Koreans basically didn't particularly like the idea of the UN process of the Universal Periodic Review, where everybody goes through a review of their human rights. North Korea, the first time they did that, suddenly had a whole group of people who were there talking about what progress they've made. The special envoy for the special rapporteur from the UN special rapporteur was not invited to North Korea. But there was a special rapporteur not dealing with North Korea, but dealing with the, I think it was the elderly. And there are other openings that began to appear in North Korea because North Korea felt some pressure from the UN to make progress on these areas. So we need to continue that. I've talked way too long, and if I do that in the future, you know, let me know.
Thank you very much. So I'm going to get the last word for this group. If you could speak a little bit, you mentioned the anti-reactionary thought law that was passed in North Korea in 2020 and the Pyongyang culture ordinance.
Preparing for the border opening, is that
Yeah,
okay?
so on the one hand, North Korea is opening its borders a little bit. On the other hand, as you mentioned, they have strengthened punishments for consuming foreign content. So what's the priority going forward?
We've been closely monitoring like when North Korea finally opens like to people, like regular people or foreigners. They started a trade with China and Russia early this year, like March or February. And then we heard that the confirmation from those China-based tour companies that has partnership with North Korean authority that they will open border to the tourists this November. But as you know, all this geopolitical situation changed dramatically, especially related to Ukraine war. So I am not optimistic that North Korea will open borders to regular tourists or people that could be the main source of information and flow. Because, like for example, when North Korea or Chinese businessman, exchange or will go here and there, and then they kind of smuggle, like USB drive or whatever, some outside information, and then that's kind of the key way that the North Korean can get some outside information. But since we don't really see any signs that the border will open any soon, so maybe at least not till the end of this year. So next year, I still don't see that, like, as long as this Ukraine war lasts and North Korea more focuses on, this cooperation with Russia, I'm not that, I don't expect that much, like, much situation change.
Thank you very much. I'll open it up afterwards for the rest of you to ask questions to this group. But first, let me turn to our last but not least final two speakers. Kim Min-jung is the Deputy Director for Unification in Human Rights Studies at the Institute for National Security Studies in South Korea. She has also worked for, I think, 2 decades running an NGO called Save NK in Korea. And so in this panel, I'd also like to shift gears not just to what the governments are doing, but also what NGOs in Korea and Japan are doing for North Korean human rights. She graduated all of her degrees from Yonsei, so is very connected with our partner institutions today. And then finally, Matsuda Masanobu is associate professor in the Department of Urban Management at Fukuyama City University in Japan. He received his PhD from Seoul National University and has conducted very interesting research about DPRK Japan relations as well as ROK Japan relations and Korean unification. So first, Dr. Kim, you can start us off, and then we'll turn it over to Matsuura Sensei.
Hi, everyone. Thank you for inviting me to this great event. And I can see from your face, this is the very last session. And we, you know, both of us will be presenting at the very last time. So, just sit back, relax. I try my presentation as easy as possible, as easy to follow as possible, and as practical and tangible as possible. Although I'll be talking about some cutting edge technology for sending information to North Korea. So just sit back. Yeah. As sorry. So I just prepared this script this morning. So I eliminated all the technical terms. So you can just, hear. As the previous speakers have already covered the policies of South Korean government and US government, I'll be focusing more on the international community, including NGOs and those people here sitting here can do right now. I'll be talking about 2 points. First, the biggest hurdle to information inflow, which is North Korea's censorship technology and surveillance technology, and the international community's effort to overcome it. And second, I suggest 3 potential technological approaches, among others, of course, we could explore to tackle these challenges in the future. So first, let's talk about challenges. When it comes to information inflow, there are 2 main challenges. The first is the obvious one, physically and technically getting out information inside North Korea while also considering the risk to the people. But honestly, the second challenge is more critical. That is, no matter how cutting edge the international community's technology for smuggling information becomes, Kim Jong-un keeps blocking it with his own technological breakthroughs, making our efforts useless. It's basically been a cat and mouse game for over a decade. Indeed, the regime's information control technology is more advanced than that of any other authoritarian states, even surpassing China in some areas. To illustrate, there's a company that play a key role in developing satellite internet technology, which had a decisive effect on Iran's evolution. I know the CEO of this NGO, but quote unquote, from what he said, even such sophisticated technologies are rendered ineffective within North Korea. That's because as the regime advanced its digital tech capabilities with increasing sophistication, developing effective countermeasures from within South Korea. So from within South Korea becomes nearly impossible. In fact, such efforts have been ongoing within the international community for a long time, even if they aren't widely recognized. Now, who do you think have been running the game? South Korean government or South Korean NGOs? Not exactly. That's actually the US government, along with international players like Germany and England. As you all know, the authoritarian regimes have a long history of suppressing freedom, and the United States has been the most active supporter for NGOs working for freedom. In particular, the majority of digital liberalization project for North Korean people have been actively supported by the US government through legislation and budget allocation in recent years. For example, in 2022, President Biden signed the National Defense Authorization Act, NDAA, which included the Auto Warfare Countering North Korean Control and Surveillance Act. It mandates the US president to develop technology capable of bypassing North Korea's information censorship and reporting to the US Congress. While the law did not receive a budget allocation, unlike the North Korean Human Rights Act, the inclusion of the Automobile Act within the NDAA underscores the determination of the U.S. government and Congress to address surveillance, censorship, and oppression in North Korea. So now let's move on to the second topic, what we can actually do. As I said, North Korea's censorship and surveillance make it incredibly hard to get information in or outside of the country. But there are still ways we can work around these obstacles. Let me share a couple of ideas that could revitalize the flow of information. Before listing the three options, please understand that none of these options are currently feasible or available. So I hope that's clear as we go through those three. The first option is using satellite, D2D satellite technology. D2D means direct to device. D2D satellite technology, which is still in its very early stages of development, with SpaceX currently leading the way. Once completed, this technology will enable direct connections to smartphones without the need for large-scale equipment, like antennas or base stations. The second option involves leveraging offline AI software, which could bypass the need for internet access entirely. The third option is tapping into Chinese internet services near the Chinese border. Let's start with D2D satellite technology. This will be a game changer. It's very simple and efficient, connecting satellites directly to existing smartphones in North Korea. Here's why this technology has so much potential. First, it's not just about sending information inside North Korea. It can also bring out valuable information and insights for the international community to see. Second, we don't need any new infrastructure. Traditional satellite internet needs antennas and routers, which are very hard to hide and easy for the regime to track. But the D2D skips all of that and works directly with existing 4G LTE smartphones in North Korea. Satellites essentially act as mobile towers in the sky. The regime has been rolling out 4G infrastructures, aiming for 80% coverage by the end of next year, according to Noodong Shinmun. They're already using second-hand Huawei equipment and have launched LTE phones. This creates a foundation D2D technology can build on. Earlier this year, SpaceX successfully sent text messages using D2D satellites. And by the end of 2025, they plan to expand this to voice and data services. Of course, making this work in North Korea is not straightforward at all. We need to figure out how to navigate the regime's censorship and service restrictions, optimize operating systems, and ensure compatibility with their SIM card. Strong international support would also be crucial to get everything from SIM card to the hardware safely across the border. There are numerous other challenges to making this happen, and fundamental solutions are needed, such as bypassing radio waves, which is simply impossible. But at least for US sanctions, there's actually some flexibility, since exception clauses may apply, especially if the service is tied to promoting internet freedom. We've seen this play out in Iran last year. After the Iranian government shut down the internet, the US revised its sanctions guidelines from D1 to D2. And within a week, Starlink was operational inside Iran. By early 2023, over 800 antenna terminals have been smuggled in Iran with US backing. For North Korea, similar exceptions could apply. UN sanctions, however, we've been talking about UN sanctions today a lot, so I just skip the details. It's trickier to navigate. The North Korean regime has a history of abusing the sanctions, abusing it. That makes the UN sanctions and UN exemptions much harder to secure. Another idea is bringing in offline open source generative AI models. These don't need internet access, just a basic device and a power source are needed. To get them into North Korea, we can package the software and model files on SD card, USB drives, or any other portable storage. This package can then be physically smuggled into the country. Again, to make this model useful in North Korea, a few tweaks are essential. For example, we need to optimize for low-end devices since they need to work on basic hardware without eating up too much electricity, too much power. Another idea is to use Chinese 5G services near the border. People in these areas are already making video calls using Chinese phones. However, as expected, users face serious risk if they are caught. Still, there are potentials here, expanding the range of those services, whether through better routers or by disrupting North Korea's network authentication systems could offer a practical short-term solutions. Actually, there are a lot more to say about like each options, but let me stop here.
Thank you very much. I think in the discussion, we can also ask Dr. Kim more about these. Last but definitely not least, let's turn to Professor Matsuura.
Okay, thank you very much for the introduction. My name is Masanobu Matsuura, and I'm from Fukuyama City University in Hiroshima Prefecture. It is great pleasure and honor to be here to exchange views with experts. When I was a grad school student at Seoul National University, I had a friend who was a North Korean defector. He could not fit in life in South Korea and took his own life. More than 10 years have passed since then, but when I think about the human rights issues in North Korea, he comes to my mind. I hope he also hears me as well. First, I would like to start with how Japanese NGOs have been engaging in their human rights issues in North Korea. It began with the emergency food aid during the North Korean famine. As the number of the defectors increased in the late 2000s, Japanese NGOs also assisted in escaping defectors out of China and helped them settle in Japan. Last year, the number of defectors to South Korea temporarily increased, but we no longer see defections on the scale we saw in the past. In fact, the number of defectors requesting help from Japanese NGOs has rapidly decreased. Japanese NGOs think that the background to this is related to the strict border control and China's surveillance system using AI and big data, which allows the defectors to search for, detain, and repatriate them to North Korea. I will go into more detail about this later. Now, let's take a look at Japanese NGOs. As far as I know, there are about 6 NGOs that work on human rights issues in North Korea. But I would think that only 3 of them are active now. The first one is right fans and North Korean refugees. I call it the funds. The second one is the society to help returnees to North Korea, and I call it the society. The third one is特定失踪者問題調査会 in Japanese, and I call it the committee. The focus area depends on the NGO. The fans and the society are mainly engaged in assisting North Korean defection from China and helping defectors settle in Japan. On the other hand, the committee is mainly engaged in information inflow to North Korea. Based on my interview with Mr. Kato, the president of the funds, their last assisting defection from China was 4 years ago. Mr. Saiki, the representative of the society, also told me that they assisted about 10 defections from China, but the broker's fee has been rising in recently. He said the fee used to be 200,000 to 300,000 EM per person, but now it is about 1 million EM. Currently, about 200 North Korean defectors live in Japan, and Japanese NGOs support in arranging employment, helping them acquire citizenship and permanent residency, and assisting them in learning Japanese. Japanese NGOs estimate that the number of possible defectors is around 300,000. So this number comes from the North Korean repatriation project, where 93,000 Korean residents in Japan returned to North Korea from 1959 to 1984. The Japanese government accepts returnees, including 3 generations below, under humanitarian considerations. With this logic, Koyeon-hee, Kim Jong's mother, was also a returnee in 1962. So it is ironic that if Kim Jong-un, Kim Yong-jong, and her granddaughter Kim Jue wish to defect to Japan, they would be given the option of returning to Japan under humanitarian considerations. Now, let's look into what the committee does. Since 2005, the committee has been operating a shortwave radio called Shiokaze in Japanese, Korean, Chinese, and English. The purposes are to inform the Japanese in North Korea that Japan is making efforts to rescue them, and to ask North Korean to disclose information and to inflow information. With the Ministry of Internal Affairs and Communications, the Japan Broadcasting Corporation, known as NHK, and the second largest mobile telecommunications provider, KDDI Corporation, the committee has agreed to conduct a 24-hour emergency evacuation broadcast for Japanese in North Korea in the event of a Korean emergency. Radio in North Korea is still an important means of transmitting information. And as proof of this, the committee has responded to radio jamming from North Korean by changing the frequency and other measures. The late Mr. Jenkins, the husband of the abductee Hitomi Soga, testified that he listened to Japan's broadcast in North Korea. The committee needs at least 40 million yen per year for radio transmission, production, and operating costs. Since 2010, the Public Relations Department of Japanese government has been financially supporting Shiokaze, but the committee still needs to rely on public funding and crowdfunding as well. With the cooperation of South Korean NGOs, the funds also sends information to North Korea using balloons from land and the plastic bottles from the sea. Although NGOs wish to support, Mr. Kato from the fund point out that it is almost impossible for ordinary North Koreans to reach South Korea by land. In addition to strict border control, China's surveillance system is a major obstacle for defectors. Sebastian Heilmann, a German political scientist, defined digital realism as a concept that symbolizes the Chinese-style governance model that encompasses the ideas and systems of the authoritarian governance using cutting-edge technology. When China's neighboring authoritarian countries, such as Vietnam and Laos, import digital realism, effectors must face the risk of passing through the corridor of digital authoritarianism. In such a situation, I would say it is risky to enter the broker business. The fund is now considering establishing an alternative escape route by sea, but Mr. Kato says that the sea route would require more preparation. Considering the limitations of NGOs, we now need intergovernmental cooperation among Japan, US, and South Korea. Thank you for the opportunities.
Thank you very much. We're joined now by one of our MA students, Santiago, who will help with translation if necessary. I would like to reflect on both of your presentations. We see the promises of digital technology, but also its double-edged nature in that it empowers the North Korean regime as well as the Chinese authorities in controlling North Korean citizens who may be in North Korean territory or in China as well. Are there any areas in which NGOs from South Korea and Japan and the United States are cooperating or might cooperate more to creatively get around these challenges? Matsuura Sensei ended with the call for more intergovernmental cooperation. How about inter-NGO cooperation? And then I would like to also ask you a second question besides NGO to NGO cooperation and ask, as you look at the administration now, Ishiba administration in Tokyo and the Yoon Suk-yeol administration in South Korea, what is your wish list? What priorities do you think are needed from the NGO perspective?
Well, I think that a creative measure would be that both Japan and the South Korean governments should take advantage of the overlap in the nationalities of the North Korean defectors and apply the NEO to the human rights issues in North Korea. The NEO stands for the Non-Combatant Evacuation Operations, and the framework has been built on the US, Japan, the South Korea trilateral relations. The purpose of the NEO is to protect and rescue and transport one's citizens by military force. As I mentioned, the Japanese government accepts the returnee from the repatriation program under the humanitarian considerations and grants them the residence permits. On the other hand, the South Korean constitution states that the residents born in North Korea are defined as a South Korean. So when defectors are in South Korea, they receive the citizenship in South Korea. In 2015, the Japanese registration for peace and security was passed, and the protection measures for Japanese nationals and other overseas have been registered. Since then, the NEO can be carried out by the Japanese Self-Defense Force around or within the framework of the Japan-US alliance. And besides, this year, Yoon administration and Kishida administrations signed a memorandum to agree that the two countries would cooperate in the evacuating each other's citizens in the event of an emergency or other incident in the third country. Again, Japanese NGOs are now considering sea routes for returnees, for defectors. So ideally, this should be done with Korean NGOs. Along with this, NEO is also expected to be done off the coast of the peninsula. So this measure would take some role in the defection.
Thank you very much. Dr. Kim, would you like to address either of the questions before we open it up to questions from the audience?
Ever since I joined INSS, as you may know, INSS is under the National Intelligence Service, which limits the capacity for me to express my own opinion about, on behalf of the NGOs and the international, the Korean NGO community. That said, there are like a whole bunch of things that we can collaborate. For example, and I've been running, like before joining INSS, I've been running the mid-wave radio broadcast system, which had been using the same transmitter with RFA and VOA, like 100%, like fully funded by U.S. government for a long time. So I have a long history of understanding information and developing the right contents customized for the North Korean people. But the thing is, it's all a matter of money and funding and and collaboration and support from the outside world, which has have been lacking for like decades. So with with Japanese government willing to help like support our efforts, there be like a whole bunch of new area, new agendas we can collaborate with. We can talk later. And as for Korean government, which for I'm currently in the government, so let me just talk about a little more about the priority you mentioned. South Korean government, the Yoon Sung-yeol administration is very actively involved in the human rights efforts, for the sake of North Korean people. And they listed out like literally 7 points how to help North Korean people, and this yeah, because of a lack of the time limit, I am not going into details about the 7 points, but what has been newly included in those unification agenda is sending information inside North Korea, which is not included for like 30-something years, like several decades. That is the first time ever South Korean government expressly, like literally talk about human rights and sending information inside North Korea and developing new technologies for the sake of North Korean people, bypassing the government's cutting edge technology. Those are the new ones, and both president and the minister of Unification, as well as the director of NIS, they are all into it right now. So maybe are expecting more role in this area, from South Korean government. Let me stop here.
Thank you very much. So we've had a wide-ranging discussion in this session, and I'd like to open it up now to questions from the audience. Go ahead, Peter.
Okay.
Please identify yourself briefly.
Okay. So Peter Moody, I'm a postdoctoral researcher here at Washington University of Korean Studies. Sorry, did you hear that? Okay, I'm a postdoctoral researcher here with GWIX. So I had 2 questions, one for Ambassador King and second one for Soo-young Kim that might also be relevant for Matsura Sensei. For Ambassador King, you talked about the possibility that there will be a new UN human rights report on North Korea 10 years after the previous one.
and you talked about the possibility of it mentioning the progress that has been made. Beyond monitoring and international coordination, like human rights, monitoring of human rights violations and international coordination, what progress do you anticipate that it will reveal? In the South Korean human rights report that was released this year, there's been people with disabilities have had more visibility in public spaces. North Korea has touted its efforts towards human rights for people with disabilities before in documents they've submitted to the UN. So I was wondering if there was anything resembling that might be considered progress of the efforts that have been done to address human rights in North Korea. Second question for So-Young Kim, what the ROK report also mentioned was that North Korean government has responded to radio efforts at reaching people through radio by just confiscating people's radios and just eliminating them physically. And I'm wondering, I mean, yes, some people's radio may have not been confiscated, other people may be creating radios, but I'm wondering if Radio Free Asia is taking an approach to diversify its ways of reaching North Koreans, even if they've already taken steps in that direction. Yeah.
Thank you. Ambassador King, do you want to start? Yeah.
Sure, be happy to. 10 years after we have a report, is there going to be anything said? The North Koreans have really taken some advantage on disabilities. They've emphasized that they've made progress. There are some publications that are out there talking about it. And there are clear indications that they have. For example, disabled North Koreans have participated in the Special Olympics. There have been events like that that have been highlighted. In terms of going beyond that, not much. The problem with disabilities, or the advantage for disabilities, is that some very important North Korean leaders have family members who have disabilities. And this has no political content to it. And therefore, they're quite willing to do that. This wasn't the case from the beginning. The North Koreans initially, no one with a disability was allowed in Pyongyang. I mean, it was a blanket prohibition. Now you see people with disabilities in Pyongyang. There is a recognition of that. North Koreans highlight that as how much progress they've made. Have we gone beyond that in terms of other things? No, not really. On the other hand, the fact that we have made progress on disabilities suggests that we need to keep up the effort in terms of trying to do some of the other things. One of the problems with Americans is that we expect results now. We're not going to wait. You know, we want it done now, let's get it done. Yeah, maybe in some cases things like that work. Even in the United States, it takes us a while to get things done. So my suggestion, my feeling is we need to continue the effort even though the success is limited thus far. These are issues that resonate in North Korea, and these are issues that we need to continue to press. So the fact that we haven't completed our efforts doesn't mean we should give up at this point.
So if I understand your question, like the other ways to enter the information to North Korea other than radio?
Because radios are getting taken.
Yeah, unfortunately, it's very frustrating that like radio is kind of right now the only way we can do the best, and then just because there's zero access to internet. But the other ways, some NGOs send, like USB drives by balloons or other through the air, but I don't know how efficient that way is. But Oh, and then I kind of like when I did some research about the future of technology we can use, Min Jung mentioned a little bit about SpaceX, the Starlink project, if there is some satellite technology, and because as you know, at least 5 or 6 millions of North Koreans own their smartphone, but the limit is of course, those smartphones are different from ours. They can't really, they are not able to have any SIM card, which is a key. I believe that is key for even like capturing those like satellite signals. So right now it's not the best answer, but I think radio is the only way. And then Julie Turner actually, she also expressed that because there is no other way for now, maybe sending more radio device could be one of the ways we can, spread more information.
That's the idea. Thank you. Let me take another question from our audience.
Hi, my name is Michelle Beltran. I am coming from the International Republican Institute, and my question is for Mitsura Sensei. So thank you for explaining about the role of the NGOs in Japan. That's very helpful to know the work that is being done. So in addition to resettlement and the abductee issue, has there been any other interest in Japan NGO community to engage in North Korean human rights? For example, I may name engaging with the Zainichi community. Thank you.
Thank you. Let me take one more question from the audience to close out our session today. Go ahead.
Hi, my name is Natasha Talaferro, and I am at Georgetown's MSFS program. But my question is, in having been able to talk with some North Korean defectors, there was a sentiment that the concept of human rights was not something that was widespread in North Korea. So how can activists for DPRK human rights and radio programs kind of instill that sense of human rights for potential defectors? Thank you.
Okay. Why don't we start with Matsuda Sensei and then open it up to the rest of you? How can we raise awareness about North Korean human rights in North Korea?
はい。質問の内容としては、あれですね、他の NGO のコミュニティがどうなのかということだと思うんですけれども、いくつかもちろん NGO の、はあるんですが、そうですね、基本的にあまり北朝鮮の人たちに対する人権問題について言うと、たくさんはないということだったと思うんですね。で、ただやってる活動としては、例えば在日韓国人の人たちがやっている、人権問題とか永住権に関する問題とか、それから就職をするため職を得るってことが大事なので、そういったことに関する活動をしているのはあります。で、最近もまた新しい団体が出てきたりしていますね。特に民団と言われている韓国系の方たちがそういった活動を今活発に展開しようとしていると、そういう局面なんだと思います。
Okay. So yes, there are other NGOs. However, there are not many focused on North Korean human rights issues. As far as work with the Zainichi community goes, especially with the I guess North Korean Zainichi, there are NGOs that help them aid them in their permanent residency status as well as job hunting there. And the more South Korean affiliated NGO, Mindan, is also doing similar things to promote support with permanent residency, job hunting, and doing more to forward those initiatives.
Thank you. And to the final question here, how to raise awareness about human rights among North Koreans in North Korea. Anyone want to take that? Minjung, do you want to take it?
Yeah, thank you for the great question. That is actually one of the main and the essence of sending information into North Korea. I mean, in their constitution, there's some concept called 국민의 권리. So 국민 means public, the public. It has a different meaning of like, human being. They just, they consider people as a, as a group. So the right of this group is actually entitled to the leaders. So, it has like totally different, actually the opposite meaning. So it's very tricky for us have the North Korean people have the right concept of what the liberal democracy means. In liberal democracy, human rights means, and universal values are, so we, I mean, as a government employee right now, and as long as my former previous role as an NGO, running an NGO, person running an NGO, that was one of the focuses I've been trying to do my best. And what I did was just give them some educational contents, but it's not enough. So we need some practical things. And luckily we have all the contents like K-dramas and K-movies, which is full of materialism, like nothing, not necessarily dealing with universal value or democracy, like liberal democracy. So I try my best to kind of minimize, the gap between the materialism and the real democracy, and the universal value and responsibilities and noblesse oblige, those kind of things. So it's tricky, but it worked. And the evidence is, those defectors, who saw the movies and got the information when they are inside North Korea, which motivated them to defect, escape from the dictator, from the country, suppressed country, for the sake of the safety and freedom. So I think we have evidence. Yeah, it's not enough though.
Thank you very much.